So basically, this is the syllabus of the complete course book, and it includes 8 units. So first, we will be discussing unit number 1. For this, if you want to refer some other book other than your SLM, you could follow Luthan's book. You could also look into Robin's book. Most of the topics are covered. Only 2 units are not there. One is creativity. Second is gender 1. That is your unit number 7. For that, you have to refer my slides, recordings, and study material. Okay. Paper pattern is the paper will include part A and part B. Part A will remain mandatory, 20 marks, and it will be case study based. Part B will include number of questions. Out of that, you have to attempt any 4 questions. Each question will be of 12.5 marks. Okay? It will be similar to the pattern of other theory papers in semester 1. So starting with unit 1, it talks about introduction to concept of organizational change and development. So as we know that change is the only constant, that means it is inevitable. It is really difficult to escape from the change. Environment is changing, certain changes are taking, and in an organization, it is very, very important that we should adapt to those changes. So what do we exactly mean by change? So change means making things differently. Change is inevitable and it is going to occur in all aspects. Therefore, change can be volunteer or change could be forced on the organization. Features of change, as we have already discussed, it is constant. It produces uncertainty, yet it is not entirely unpredictable. So if the organization wants, it could predict the change to some extent. Change creates both threat and it also gives you opportunity. There are forces of change. So what leads to change? Why an organization is forced to change? What are those forces? So there are a couple of external forces due to which an organization changes. For example, new technologies in the market. So an organization needs to adapt it. They need to adapt the change. There could be some kind of economic change. Some rules or regulation of government could change, or competition in the market could be such due to which an organization is forced to change, right? Other than external forces, there could be some internal forces. When we talk about internal forces, it could be company strategies, maybe change in workforce, maybe new equipments, maybe change in the attitude of employees. For example, in future, if we want to extend our business, right, from we need to move from domestic market, we need to capture another market. So this is the internal organizational strategy that has changed. And because of this, number of changes are going to take place in the organization. Similarly, if female participation increases, right, that is also a change in the workforce, right? Because of that, there could be number of changes within the organization. So what is the force? Force क्या है इसमें? Internal force है. External market ने कुछ नहीं किया. Internally organization की strategy में change आ गया. Employees के attitude में change आ गया. आपने कोई नया equipment launch कर दिया. इसकी वजह से पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर चेंज आ रहा है. एक्सटर्नल फोर्सेस बेसिकली मींस आपने कुछ नहीं किया, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इज वर्किंग द वे इट वाज वर्किंग. एक्सटर्नली मार्केट में कुछ चेंजेस आए जिसकी वजह से आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को चेंज करना पड़ रहा है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, सम ऑफ द एक्सटर्नल फोर्सेस विच आर वेरी पॉपुलर. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, व्हेन वी लुक इनटू नोकिया, सो जब स्मार्टफोन आए, न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी आई, व्हाट हैपेंड? दे वर फोर्स्ड टू चेंज, right? Similarly, when initially BlackBerry was offering a keyboard basically, ठीक है? But जैसे जैसे touch screen आनी start हुई, they have to change. Similarly, when COVID-19 was there, so environment में change आया, economy में change आया. Because of that, work from home culture, hybrid models, ये सारे changes को organization ने adopt किया. Now, what is change agent and what do we mean by planned change? So change is introduced in a planned form by the top management. अगर planned form में change को introduce top management करती है, such change in the organization is normally introduced to make organization more competitive, and it is termed as planned change, development change. So nothing happened, but top management planned to bring a change in order to develop the organization. So this is known as plan change. For example, if we are expanding the product line, introducing the new technology, then this is termed as plan change. Plan change could be changed in a people, it could be change of structure, it could also be a change of process. So it takes place through change agent. So who is change agent? Change agent is a person who manages change in an organization. So a change agent could be a managerial position person. He or she could also be a non-managerial position, internal to organization, external consultant, current or new employee. It doesn't matter. Basically, his role is or her role is to manage the change in the organization. Then when we talk about change, we always talk about resistance to change. So when some change comes in an organization, it is a normal tendency of employees to resist it. Why? Because of anxiety, because of fear. So change could be resisted by both top level employees or lower level employees. ऐसा नहीं है सिर्फ lower level employees ही resist करते हैं, even the top level employees could resist the change. So why this happen? So when I explain why employees resist, it also means sources of resistance to change. Sometimes in examination, students are unable to interpret the terminology sources. उनको sources of resistance to change का मतलब नहीं समझ आता, that it is our question is asking why employees resist. So it is same. So employees could resist the change due to fear and anxiety. They could resist the change because they are not willing to learn new things. They are not ready to unlearn what they know. There could be distrust of management. That means concern related to support from seniors, especially when structures are changing. That seniors will be protecting us. वो trust नहीं है. Also, the preference to follow the existing routine. Sometimes people are happy to follow the stable routine that is going on. So they resist change. How people resist? How people resist could also be termed as form of resistance to change. दोनों का मतलब same. How and forms of resistance में normally similar topics covered होती हैं. So how people resist, there could be an active resistance. There could also be a passive resistance. Active resistance means open criticism of new initiative. So when openly employees are arguing or challenging the need for change, deliberately they are delaying the implementation of changes. They are striking, they are protesting in extreme cases. This is an active resistance. But sometimes in an organization, it is seen that there is passive resistance. That means people are not enthusiastic. Emotionally, they go down. They pretend to agree, but they don't follow through. They deliberately avoid procrastination. So what does procrastination means? Delay karna. Minimum efforts they give towards the change and they reduce the productivity. So this is a passive way of resisting the change. आप change को आने नहीं दे रहे, though actively you are not criticizing it. Also, there could be a cognitive resistance and emotional resistance. Cognitive means in your mind, right? So employees question the logic or rationale of the change. Difficulty in understanding why this change is required is seen within the employees. Emotional resistance is the fear of unknown, fear of job loss, anxiety, and stress about new roles and system. So that anger, that frustration about not being consulted is seen within the employees. So this is also one form of resistance. So resistance could be active, it could be passive. You could also see the cognitive and emotional kind of resistance among the employees. Next is how the techniques to overcome the resistance. So if I am at top level, or maybe I am a person who is bringing the change and I could see that people are resisting. So what all techniques should I opt so that I could overcome the resistance to change? So there are some positive techniques that could be followed, like communicating, educating the employees that why this change is required, what are the benefits of this particular change. Employee participation and involvement. I'm involving the employees and they are also participating in the process. So they will be able to relate that why this change is important. Then I'm giving support to them. I'm facilitating them in order to provide them required resources so that the change could be done smoothly, right? Then agreement and negotiation also plays a very important role. That means if you are negotiating that what they want, why they feel that change is not good, understanding it and negotiating with them. Also, building a positive relationship. So building a positive relationship is also one way of overcoming the resistance of change. Out of all these techniques, one is coercion. This is a technique which is a negative approach. So I have mentioned it. It is illegal and not effective, and in a long run results into mass resentment. Under this technique, through force and threats, employees are compelled to accept the change. So this is not a right technique. Okay? Next is model of change. So what do we mean by models of change? Model of change are theories that provide an approach to change. They aim to provide an understanding or they guide you or navigate the transformation process. So model कुछ नहीं है, एक theory है जो explain करती है that how the change could be undertaken by the organization. So the choice between various models depends upon various factors like size of the organization, nature of the organization, situational factors, and etc. So there are number of models. बहुत सारी theories हैं, बहुत सारे models हैं जो explain करते हैं, जो आपको guide करते हैं transformation process को undertake करने के लिए. So an organization, how they could choose between all these models? It depends on the size of the organization, nature of the organization, and the situational factors. Uh, is it depends on situational factors when it comes to choice of a particular model. First, we will be discussing the Levin's change management model. This is a very popular model. You will find it in Luthan's book also, Robin's book also, in your SLM, in my class also. So whosoever is discussing the change model, they will definitely talk about this model. Then there is a huge list of models, out of which few are covered in your study material and few I have discussed in the class. So let us first start with Levin's change management model. It includes 3 stages: unfreeze, change, and refreeze. So Kurt Lewin in 1950 provided 3 stages model of change. The 3 steps that an organization should follow are unfreezing, changing to the new state, refreezing to make the change permanent. What does this mean? Unfreezing basically means already certain practices are going on in the organization. So there is a need to change it. So जब वो change आएगा, उससे पहले जो already existing practices है, you need to unfreeze them, right? So the first is driving force, the force that directs movement towards change. Organizational needs to increase this force. Second is restraining force. This includes those who resist change. Organization needs to decrease. So if I want to bring some change in the organization, right, I could see 2 forces in the organization. There are people who are supporting the change. There are people who are restraining the change, right? So I need to increase the forces which are pushing the change, and I need to decrease the forces which are restraining it, right? This happens in the unfreezing stage. I need to deal with it. Then is changing to the new stage. This is the second stage. At this stage, it is important to keep the momentum going. Organizations should support employees who are facing problem and should keep communicating the need to change to all employees. So आप change को लेकर आते हो and इस change में अपने employees को support करते हो so that they are okay with the change. And last is rephrasing. This means when you have implemented the change, the new situation, the changed situation should be refrozen so that it could sustain over time and the change is permanent. Okay. Second is nudge theory. The nudge theory is a step-by-step process of implementing change rather than encouraging a fixed mindset to promote change. So in nudge theory, you look at the change process from the employee's perspective, right? So throughout the process, you try to tell the employees, communicate them about the benefits of the particular change. So nudge theory help employees see the benefits of the change This reduces the resistance among the employees. Third is Levitt's diamond model. It was given in 1965. It explains how different parts of the organizations are connected together when a particular change is implemented, right? So if you are bringing some change, it is going to impact four key elements in your organization. One is task, second is structure, third is people, fourth is technology. So here task means the work that needs to be done. So अगर आप digitalize कर रहे हो एक process को, right? So the task, the way the work is done, it will change. The ongoing structure, hierarchy, and rules are going to change. The role of people is going to change because of it. And the tools, systems, and machines that are used, that means technology is also going to change. So since all four elements are interconnected, a change in one area will likely to affect the other. For example, if new technology is introduced, employees may need training. Why? Because task is changed. And the organizational structure also may need some kind of adjustment. Similarly, if there is a structural change, that means a company shifts to remote work, then both task and technology will need modification, right? Fourth is sequential model. So sequential model is basically a growth model. It shows that how organization grow through 6 phases. So these are the 6 phases. In the phase 1, creativity plays a very important role. So you started some business, management focus remains on make and sell. There is no structure, informal structures are practiced, market research is done, and entrepreneurial is the top management style. After creativity, when the business is about make and sell, eventually leadership crisis period start, right? After leadership crisis, direction a concern ban jata hai. So this model is explaining that how growth takes and during the different phases, the change is going to take place. And how creativity, direction, delegation, coordination, and collaboration plays an important role. So there are different crisis period across different phases. So leadership crisis, autonomy crisis, control crisis, red tape crisis are there. So initially leadership crisis aata hai. Once leadership crisis is over, autonomy crisis aata hai. Autonomy crisis means everybody wants to get empowered. Once you give empowerment, you start with dedication in phase 3, you will see people, there is a control crisis. It becomes difficult to control the organization. Coordination एक बहुत बड़ा concern बन जाता है. So in phase 4, when you will start with the coordination, you will face the problem of red tape crisis. Red tape crisis basically means a conflict between the headquarter and individual unit. So often the local and global organization issues are at the heart of the crisis. This is the red tape crisis. Business grow ho raha hai, it is becoming a problem, right? Coordination is one thing. Then comes collaboration. So sequential model में collaboration, there is more use of cross-organizational teams, more skillful use of local and global perspective, increased ability to confront and resolve differences about organizational direction, and more use of interdisciplinary learning, right? So this is what is suggested in phase 3. But after phase 3, in this model, no more crisis is mentioned. As I explained you, every model or every theory is describing how change take place. So हर model के अपने pros and cons रहते हैं, right? Then last is action research model. Again, it is given by Kurt Lewin, Shepard and French. Action research model is a change process used in organization to solve a problem and improve the performance. That means first you identify the problem. कि problem है क्या? Understand the issue. What is causing the tension? Then you collect the data. And then you analyze that data, making changes that is based on the data, right? Then you check the result, make improvement and repeat the cycle. So organization ongoing mode में क्या करती है? पहले problem को identify करती है, data को collect करती है, data को analyze करती है, फिर समझती है, कि what is happening, results को check करती है, improve changes लाती है, improvement करती है, and then they again repeat the cycle. This is action research model. So a change agent or a consultant usually guides this process. Action research is ongoing and it ensures continuous organizational development. Last topic that we have covered in this unit is organizational development. So effective organizational change is implemented through an ongoing systematic process called organizational development. So it is a long-term process. It is not a one-time event, but an ongoing effort to enhance structure, system, and process. What is organization development? It refers to the systematic and planned effort to improve an organization's effectiveness, efficiency, adaptability to change. The main objective of organizational development is to develop an organization and not to develop or train the staff. So organizational development has nothing to do with the development of the employee. It is about development of the organization, right? So this is the end of the first unit. I have briefed you about different topics. Is my word file visible to you all?
No, ma'am.
Please check now,
Yes, ma'am. Now.
Yes, sir.
right? So here, let me just show you the mapping. This is the unit 1. So it talks about introduction to concept of organizational change and development, forces, resistance, management of change, models of change. So in this unit, I have covered like change and development, change agent, plan change, forces of change, features of change, resistance of change, techniques to overcome resistance of change is one way of managing the change only. And in models of change, I have covered few models, right? And few models are there, similar models are there in your study material also. As such, in your syllabus, specific models are not there, and there are n number of models in the literature, right? But Levin's change model remains the popular model and the model which you will be able to see everywhere, right? So accordingly, you could prepare. I have just shown you the mapping that these topics we have covered in unit 1. Any doubt till here? Yes.
Ma'am, Bharti has
Sir,
post
keep
one
mic,
message
please.
that please access the mic so that yes, he can ask queries.
Giving access to mic to everyone, but keep it short because we will be having an open discussion at the end also, right? Okay. Yes, you could ask your questions from unit 1. There is one case study, 2-3 case studies from this unit we will be discussing towards the end only. Yes. I have given you the access to mic. Any question? Divya, you want to ask? You could ask.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, what you have shown in that word file that in chapter 1, those are the important part of chapter 1 or what?
These are the topics that are related to your syllabus. Syllabus says introduce the concept of organizational change. Could you see the word file?
No, ma'am.
In your syllabus, it is mentioned introduce in unit 1, introduce the concept of organizational change. So from this perspective and development. So you should be knowing the meaning of change and development, features of change, forces of change. They all are part of this, right? Could you see forces, resistance, management of change and models of change? So
Yes,
all
ma'am.
these topics are important. Important in the sense they are part of your syllabus. If your SLM is going beyond them, they are the additional information, but this is the core things that you must be knowing. In case of model, there are n number of models in the literature that you could see in different reference book in your SLMs and in my classes also. I have taught you those models which are there in your SLM, but out of all these models, Levin's change model remains constant in all the books. I have also shared some reference books also that in there also it remains same. Okay. So in class, we have covered everything that was related to syllabus. And if you want detail on each topic, then you could see the actual recording of the class. The 2 hours class that I have invested on this unit. This is a revision class, so I'm just giving you an overview. Now it is clear?
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So should I move to the next unit?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. So again, I will be not giving mic to everyone because sometimes it creates problem. Towards the end, I'm going to give, right?
मैम एक चीज पूछनी थी मैम
Mm-hmm. Go
यूनिट
ahead.
1 में मैम ये जो लुइस स्कॉट वाला है जो आपने लास्ट में एक्सप्लेन करता विद डायमंड स्ट्रक्चर
Mm-hmm.
और इसका केस स्टडी है जो मैम वो केस स्टडी मतलब इसी बिहाफ पर ही होएगा हमारा केस स्टडी और शॉर्ट नोट
All the case studies I will be discussing towards the end.
ओके
ठीक
और
है?
मैम जो ये जो डायमंड वाला स्ट्रक्चर है ये शॉर्ट नोट या न्यूमेरिकल्स या किस में आ सकता है हमारा
Right now, I am in brief covering all the concepts that are part of your syllabus. So
ओके
that
मैम
you could recall those topics and recall those concepts that we have previously done in the class. ठीक
ओके
है?
मैम थैंक यू
Okay. My screen is visible. PPT.
No, ma'am.
Now it's visible.
Yes, ma'am.
So the next unit, 1 minute. So the next unit is about organization, climate, and culture. After this only, I will be discussing unit number 8, which is about cross-cultural management and learning organization. Right? So I will be first talking about unit 2. Simultaneously, I will be talking about unit 8. So organization culture and organization climate. What is organization culture? Organization culture refers to a system of shared meanings held by members. So it refers to shared values, beliefs, norms, and assumptions that shape behavior of an organization. So if I look at organization culture, it represents the personality of an organization. Second, we have is organization climate. Climate reflects the mood or the atmosphere in the organization. So it is basically the perception of people in the organization. So culture is deep and climate is more surface level, which can change more easily. So let us look into these two scenarios. In company A, teamwork and collaboration have been valued for decades. So when a new employee comes in an organization, he or she is expected to work in teams from day one. So this represents organization culture. This represents their value, their beliefs, their assumptions. In second case, in company B, people are feeling very demotivated. Why? Because recently a layoff process took place. So this reflects the climate. This is the perception. This is the mood of the organization currently, right? So this is the difference between culture and climate. Now, let us look into difference in more deep. When we look into the definition, culture is deep-rooted values, whereas climate is surface-level perception. Culture is long-term behavior. Organization climate is short-term feelings. It is really hard to change culture, but it is really easy to modify climate. Culture is determined by the leadership, founders, history of the organization, whereas climate is determined by policies, management style, job design. So if you want to see or you want to measure culture, you need to observe the values. You need to look into the stories about the organization. You need to look into various rituals that are followed in the organization. But when you want to look into the organizational climate, you could take surveys, feedback, and mood analysis. So what are the determinants of organization culture and climate? Culture is determined by founders' value, leadership style, organization history and tradition, industry norms, national culture, right? Whereas climate depends upon the management practice, how they give rewards, what is the work environment, how the jobs are designed, how the policies and rules are formed currently, right? So this is going to determine the climate. So do organization have uniform culture? Throughout the organization, culture remains same? Sometimes no. So we could see a dominant culture sometimes that represents the core values shared by most members, giving the organization its unique identity. And we could also see subcultures that is developed in the department to address the specific challenges or experiences while still aligning with the dominant culture. So if organizations were made only of subcultures, बहुत सारे subcultures in organization में, the unifying power of organization culture is going to weak. It is going to get weak. So the shared meaning of culture helps guide behavior. Now, how culture is different from formalization. So both culture and formalization, it creates an order and consistency in organization. But a strong culture can guide behavior without a need for strict rules and regulation. So when employees internalize the organization values, formal controls become less necessary. आपने कल्चर और वैल्यूज को इतने अच्छे से अडेप्ट कर लिया कि फॉर्मली रूल्स बनाने की कंट्रोल्स लगाने की जरूरत नहीं रहती, राइट? दिस इज द मीनिंग ऑफ लास्ट लाइन. So what are the different functions of culture? Culture serves several key roles. If the culture is well built in the organization, it defines the boundaries. It differentiates your organization from other organizations. It gives identity. So it gives members a sense of belongingness. Like we say, na, you belong to this particular organization. So उनके अपने keywords होते हैं, right? It fosters commitment. So it encourages dedication beyond self-interest. It ensures stability. So it is going to act as a social glue holding the organization together. And obviously, it is going to guide the behavior. So you could see in the actions and attitude of the people. So an organization's decentralized, अगर organization जैसे जैसे decentralized होती जाती है, and when we move into virtual platforms, culture becomes even more critical in ensuring alignment. Like I was saying, especially in virtual teams where face-to-face interaction is limited. Strong leadership and frequent communication help reinforce shared values, right? When culture becomes a liability, when we see the disadvantages of the culture, one, when the organization try to innovate. So we could see in the example of Kodak, we could see in the example of different other companies where when they wanted to change, it was very difficult to adapt the change. There was a lot of resistance to change. Why? Because culture was very, very strong, right? It is, again, like I mentioned, it was a barrier to change. Same you could see in the case of Blockbuster, Netflix. Netflix was able to change successfully, but Blockbuster wasn't able to. So I'm not getting into details of example. If you want detailed explanation, you could see the actual class where I have taken this unit for the 2 hours. Again, when culture becomes a liability is barriers to diversity. So when you new employees with diverse background, they feel pressure to confirm whatever is going on in the organization. Lastly, culture becomes a liability when we talk about acquisition and merger. So it's a barrier to acquisition and merger. Cultural compatibility is now a key factor in merger and acquisition, as mismatched culture can lead to integration challenges and it could reduce the effectiveness. So there is one example that I have discussed in detail in previous classes also about Kingfisher and Air Deccan. So what happened was Kingfisher is deals with premium customer sector, right? So they emphasis on premium customer service, luxury, right? Whereas Air Deccan used to prioritize cost cutting, efficiency, and accessibility for budget travelers, right? So when these two airlines merged, they faced problem. Why? Because Kingfisher tried to rebrand Air Deccan as a premium airline, contradicting its original low-cost model. So this when we see Air Deccan budget conscious customers, when they started giving more money for some extra services, it was not okay with them, right? So the financial and cultural mismatch ultimately contributed to Kingfisher's downfall, right? Next, it says that how organization culture begins, is created, and it's sustained. So, an organization culture, its customs, traditions, and way of operating originates from its founder. So, founder plays a very crucial role in shaping the culture through vision and leadership. So, there are three ways a culture is created. First, when you hire employees. So, you hire those employees who align with founder's value. So, founders choose individuals who think and behave like them. Then, when people socialize into their way of thinking, so interaction, training and interaction is going to spread that what a founder is, what are the founders believe. And last is leading by example. So the founder behavior influences employees to adopt similar values, right? So this is showing that how organization culture forms. So there is some philosophy of organization's founder. Then it is reflected in the selection criteria that I have covered, like hiring employees. Then top management and socializing is there. So what do we mean by top management? People socialize and they lead by example. So whatever we are able to see what our leaders are doing and how people are socializing, they collectively contribute to organization culture. So this is how a culture is created. So culture is kept alive by thriving in an organization through three major forces: selection, top management, socialization. Same points hai. Just we are getting into detail of it. So when we talk about selection, the purpose is to hire people who fit the culture. So organizations hire individuals whose value align with their own. It's a two-way process. So organization evaluates the applicant and the applicant also decides that if the culture suits them, right? Second is top management. So top management leaders set a tone through their behavior and decision. What leaders reward, what they discourage. It sends a clear signals about the cultural values. So management behavior influences the dress code, freedom, risk taking, etc. Last is socialization that I have also covered here also. It helps the employees to adjust and adapt the new culture or the organization's culture, new organization culture. So there are three-stage process. First is pre-arrival before joining, expectations and attitude. Before you join, there are certain expectations and attitude. When you arrive in the organization, you see that there is a mismatch between the reality and expectations. And lastly, over the period of time, you start adjusting and becoming the part of the culture of the organization. So this is how people socialize in a particular organization. Again, in detail, each stage is explained. That pre-arrival stage, encounter stage is explained in detail. So it says, this stage begins before the employee officially joins. The prior knowledge the employee is having about the company, his or her assumptions from past experiences, personal values, beliefs, and expectations that he or she is bringing to the organization. This reflects the stage A. Why it matters? This matters because this helps in deciding if the organization is a good fit. It shapes how they perceive and react during the next phase. So before arrive, what is your knowledge? What are your assumptions, your personal values? Could you just give me 1 minute break, please? Sorry. So sorry, my slide is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I was explaining you that why it matters, why pre-arrival stage is so important. Stage is so important because the person who is entering into an organization, what are his or her expectations, existing values, his or her knowledge about the particular company plays a very important role. Then it says that the moment the employee actually enters the organization, it is where the reality kicks. It is what he understands that what is the reality, what he was expecting, how they both are different. So some expectations may be confirmed, others might be challenged. So why this stage B matters? Because this is critical for the adjustment point. It shows that reality is little different from what they expected. And last is the stage C, where the employee starts to adjust and become part of organization. He learns how things are done here. He adapts behavior to align with norms. He builds relationship and starts to identify with the culture. So, why it matters? It matters. If you want to perform, you want to have greater satisfaction, you want to give long-term commitment to the organization, you need to adapt, you need to adjust to the culture of the organization. So, how employees learn organization culture? In previous slides, we have discussed, if I talk in detail, that how organization culture forms. Culture बनता कैसे है, ठीक है? Now we will learn that how people learn it, right? So one way of learning in broader sense we have covered previously, but culture is learned and reinforced through four main methods. And often these methods and models are encouraged by top management. First is narratives about founder, key events. So when these are communicated to people in the organization, these stories, they play a very important role in building the culture. So they teach lesson about what behaviors are admired and what behaviors are discouraged by the leaders. So you're just telling the stories. Past में ऐसा हुआ था, right? You're explaining the key events. So leaders often serve as storytellers to shape employees' mindset and pass down the tradition. Second is ritual. Ritual basically means repeated activities or ceremonies that reinforce what the company values the most, right? This helps people feel part of something bigger. So through chants, through songs, you boost the team spirit within the people. So leaders often participate and support rituals to maintain morale and unity. Last is material symbols, which means tangible elements like office layout, dress code, perks, parking spots also signal what's important. So if you have open cubicles, no fancy office, it reflects that quality and collaboration is supported in this organization. Other way around this could also be true, right? At other firms, company car and private jet may signal hierarchy and prestige. So top management use symbols to send messages. Some prefer openness, like shared spaces. Others reinforce authority, that is corner office. So अगर open cubicles बने हुए हैं, सब एक ही pedestals पे बैठ रहे हैं, everyone is sitting along, everyone is sitting in the same place, it shows equality. And if we could see that the structure is such that there is an hierarchy, that is also true, right? Language. So use of specialized jargons or acronyms that create a shared identity. So if you remember, sometimes even in school or colleges, we also reflect this particular, I'm just not naming them, but you understand what I'm trying to say, that in this particular school, all the students are referred to as particular name. Like I belong to Lancers, so they say Lancerians. So you belong to some college, they could say this college. So what is this language? What is this acronyms that we add? Like MVP. So this reflect that we all are together, we all are one, right? So they often develop, top management develop, they endorse the use of this language to promote cultural alignment and smooth communication, right? Now I'm parallelly starting with Unit 8, that is cross-cultural management and learning organization. So already in Unit 2, we have learned about what is culture and what is climate, how culture is formed, how it is determined, what are its dimensions. Now here we will be learning what is cross-culture management, right? And we will be learning about the learning organization. So in this particular unit, we will be covering the concept and levels of culture. We will be talking about cultural dimensions theory. We will be talking about the significance of managing cultural differences, inter-country differences, global staffing and strategies. And in learning organization, in brief, I will be telling you about the definition and key traits of learning organization, its benefits and strategies of building such organization, right? Sorry. So basic concept of culture must be clear to you all that culture reflects the sheer value, beliefs, norms, and customs that shape how people think, act, and interact in a particular organization. So culture is not only about language or dress. It is about what people believe is right or wrong, how they view power and hierarchy, how decisions are made, how time is valued, how people work in groups or they prefer to work individually. So, in a global workplace, cultural norms impact how people relate to one another, how they manage conflict, how they give feedback, how they interpret success and failure, right? So, cross culture management is about managing people in multicultural environment. Till now, we have learned about culture, which reflects in a particular organization in a particular domestic environment, right? Cross-cultural management is about managing people in multicultural environment. So cross-cultural management is the study of organization behavior within and across different cultures and countries. So its primary purpose is to help individuals and organizations understand how to interact effectively with people from various cultures, which includes your colleagues, managers, suppliers, clients, and other stakeholders. So what is the aim of cross-culture management? It is to understand cultural differences. It is to foster effective communication and collaboration, overcome cultural barriers, build inclusive work environments. What it involves? It involves analyzing the impact of societal culture on management practices, how different cultures impact management practices. It helps you in understanding the cultural orientation of individuals in a particular organization. It helps you in recognizing the MNC employees who are often coming from diverse culture with different behaviors, values, and customs. So how you recognize them, how you manage them. Also, lastly, it aims to reduce the cross-cultural barrier while promoting cultural awareness. Why understanding cross-cultural management is important? Why it is important? Because today we have globalized world. Organizations are increasingly operating across national borders with diverse teams. So if you want to prevent failures in mergers and acquisitions, like we discussed previously, the case of Kingfishers and Air Deccan, which is caused by neglecting the cultural issues, you need to understand cross-cultural management. If you want to avoid miscommunication and conflict due to cultural differences, if you want to improve the teamwork across different multicultural teams, if you want to enhance leadership effectiveness and help to adapt business strategies to local market. Lastly, to turn diversity into competitive advantage, it is important to manage multicultural teams. So without cultural understanding, even well-intentioned action can lead to misunderstanding. It could reduce the morale and it could lead to poor performance. So there are different levels of culture. First is national culture. What is national culture? It is formed in childhood based on societal values, religion, history, language, etc. So some assumptions, some beliefs about authority, time, relationship, and identity we learn through it is formed in childhood. It is based on societal value. For example, Japanese culture values harmony and indirect communication. So you will find that people are indirectly communicating the thing. But US culture values directness and they look into individual achievement. Next is organization culture. So it reflects the shared value, belief, and practices within the company, right? So it is influenced by, as we have discussed in the previous unit, founders' value, company history, industry, and employee behavior, right? So here is in literature, they have referred to certain cultures from the organization point of view, like some cultures are hierarchy and people focused. Some cultures are hierarchy and task focused. Some culture, for certain cultures, we could see that significant emphasis is placed on equality at work and task orientation. Whereas in case of certain cultures, we could see that they strongly focus is placed on equality and personal orientation. So like this, we have four categories, which is defined in a literature of 1993, talks about family culture, Eiffel culture, guided culture, incubator culture, right? It is there in your study material also. I'm not getting into detail. Third is occupational culture and gender culture. So there are certain common values and behaviors shared by people in the same profession. So we often see that engineers may value logic, while artists may value creativity or expression. Similarly, we could see that there is differences in how men and women experience and express culture, how it shapes expectations around leadership, communication, work-life balance. In detail, we will be discussing in unit number 8, where we will be specifically talking about gender. Next is inter-country differences in managing international project. So when we are managing international HR activities, it goes beyond dealing with geographical distance. So you need to look into the cultural differences, political, legal differences, and economic differences across different countries. So not only cultural differences, even economic system and legal and industrial relation factors plays a very important role. So when we talk about cultural factors, people from different cultures respond differently to the same situation. That means if we look into past studies, we could see that US managers prioritize getting work done. Chinese managers value harmony. In Hong Kong, we could see that managers balance both approaches. So this is a cultural. When we talk about economic system, we could see variation in economic system also affect how international organization behaves, their practices. Even the cost of labor is different, right? Then we look into legal and industrial relation factor. Even the most experienced managers and organization could be taken aback by global legal disparities, right? So there is a very short example where Walmart faced unexpected legal challenge in Germany, where laws prohibited comparative advertisement, right? So you could not say cheaper than X brand. So despite heavy investment, Walmart was forced to exit Germany, showing how legal misalignment can derail international operations. Now we are done with this topic. This topic was about understanding inter-country differences in managing international projects. There were three components that we have discussed. Now we are talking about the next full-fledged topic about cultural synergy. What does it mean and why it is important? So cultural synergy comes from a Greek word meaning working together. So it refers to a very cooperative interaction of people from different cultures to create outcomes that are mutually beneficial, more effective than individual effort, not based on compromise, but on integration and shared learning, adaptive and team-driven, enhancing collective potential. So when we work together, people are coming from different cultures and we look into mutual benefits that we could get, then we could see the cultural synergy working together. In brief, I will be telling you about the global staffing. So there are different philosophies when it comes to staffing at a global level. Some organization believes ethnocentric philosophy, which says that headquarters should make all decisions. So employees from the home country should only fill the top roles, right? This is often used at a very early stage of multinationals. Then we have a Polycentric philosophy, where organizations believe that local managers should lead the subsidiaries. So headquarter assumes they lack local knowledge. So local people have better knowledge about their particular culture, so they should lead. So accurate and commonly used for decentralized control. Then we have geocentric philosophy, which says it doesn't matter. Talent is sourced and placed globally, regardless of nationality. So it matches modern MNC strategies for integrated global teams, right? Then we have different strategies for managing cross-cultural differences. Let me tell you, this is very, very important for every unit that you should be knowing from the OB perspective, organization perspective, sorry, not OB, organization perspective, you all should be knowing strategies, techniques that how a manager could deal with the situation. So when I was talking about unit 1, it is important for you to know the techniques to overcome the resistance of change or how to manage change. Ultimately, as a manager, you will be taking these decisions. When we look into unit 2 and this unit, you should be knowing different strategies to manage cross-cultural differences. Because that is the only purpose, that is the main purpose, or rather I would say, for why we are teaching you this subject. So it is important. So here I will be talking about if you are a manager of an organization which include people from different cultures, then what strategies you should follow to manage it? First is intercultural transition. Effective global organization must help employees adjust smoothly across culture. That means you need to ensure that there should be a shared vision, mission, and values. You need to align employees' attitude. Recognize interdependent roles. So employees should work independently and collaboratively to fulfill business goals, minimizing the cultural friction through shared objectives, right? So first is that you need to look, if you are a manager, you need to look into intercultural transition. So आपके visions, missions, values, employees का attitude, उनके roles सब interconnected होने चाहिए. It should be well aligned, right? And it should be shared, right? Next strategy is cultural intelligence. Cultural intelligence is the ability to adapt and behave appropriately in cross-cultural situation. That means self-awareness of your own cultural style and its impact. What is your cultural style and how it impacts? You should be aware about it. This is intrapersonal intelligence. Then understanding others' motivation and emotion across culture. What motivates people across different culture? What are their emotions? This is interpersonal intelligence. Then knowing how to use physical space, like sitting personal space, effectively across different cultures, right? This is spatial intelligence. And last is understanding the local language, very, very important. Using international business English to enhance communication. So your international business English, your language, when you're communicating with them, it should be very, very clear, accurate, clear. So this is linguistic intelligence. Then beyond this, we have more points like cultural awareness training could be given. You need to educate the people and leaders about the cultural differences, value communication, etiquettes, business practices. This is going to help to reduce stereotypes, biases, and misunderstanding. Similar to it, this say talks about training. This is effective communication. That means encourage the use of clear, simple, and respectful language. Promote active listening and confirm understanding, especially in multicultural teams. So you use visuals and written follow-ups where language barriers exist. Then your policies and practices should be inclusive. For example, if some leaves, holidays, or dress codes is being decided, it should cover different cultures. 1 minute. Lastly, encouraging team collaboration. So to promote cross-cultural teamwork through joint projects, team building activities could be promoted in the organization. So use diverse teams to encourage innovation and problem solving from different angles. Now, the next part of this unit is learning organization. So what is learning organization? A learning organization is one that continuously evolves and adapts by fostering a culture of learning among its employees. So the goal of such organization is to develop employee skill, anticipate environmental changes, and adjust their strategies proactively to remain competitive and effective. In other words, if I pick definition from some literature, a learning organization is an organization skilled at creating, acquiring, and transferring knowledge, at modifying its behavior to reflect new knowledge and insights. So let us look into various organizations. So there are some proactive organization, reactive organization, no action organization. So proactive organizations are those organizations which forecast expected environmental change and prepare their human resource in advance. So by continuously adapting the change, these organizations build resilience and long-term success. And they are termed as learning organizations. Then we have reactive organizations. So these are the organization which wait until the environmental change have already impacted them before responding. So they react to the change as they occur. Rather than anticipating them, they can result in delays and inefficiency, which can result in delays and inefficiencies. So that means, these organizations are going to wait. Once the change is there, then they are going to take the action. Then we have no action organization. These organizations do not take any action against environmental changes. They ignore potential challenges and continue their operation in the same manner, which often leads to stagnation and a lack of innovation. So what are the attributes of learning organization? The concept of learning organization became widely recognized in 1990, right? So it was introduced in the book, The Fifth Discipline. It was proposed that the learning organization is a group of people who work together to improve their capabilities to create what they truly desire, right? So what are the features of learning organization? First is shared vision. It means aligning everyone's goals with the organization mission. Then system thinking, viewing the organization as a connected, as a whole. It is not an isolated part. So if I'm working on marketing department or production department or maybe accounting department, it is not a separate part. It is a part of an organization and viewing the organization as a connected system. Then committing to continuous self-improvement and learning, right? It is important. You need to commit that continuously I will improve myself and I'm going to learn. Encouraging collaboration and collective learning within the teams. Again, very important. Team learning is very, very important. And last is when you challenging and changing ingrained assumptions and belief to align with organization values. So a mental model is referred as triple loop learning, which entails modifying who we are by creating a shift in the perspective in which we observe ourselves. So it is also called transformational learning because it involves transformation, right? What are the benefits of learning organization? Some very obvious benefits is that you remain competitive because you're proactive in learning. So the learning organizations stay ahead of competitors by continuously acquiring the new knowledge and skills. Then it is going to enhance your decision making. Why? Because employees are at all levels are contributing to the decision making. They are well developed, they have new knowledge, ideas, and perspectives. So, in a learning organization, a company may collaborate on a product launch, sharing diverse views to make smarter decisions. It encourages teamwork and it is going to enhance the efficiency. So, when employees work together as a team, contributing equally to the organization goals, we call it encouraging teamwork. And it enhances efficiency also because continuous learning and knowledge sharing increases work efficiency and overall performance. So in a learning environment, employees use continuous improvement methods, right, to enhance productivity, right? When we talk about Toyota, Kaizen is a way, it's a quality or productivity improvement method. Other benefits of learning organization includes knowledge sharing, better corporate image, optimum use of resources, and rapid change adaptation. Knowledge sharing basically means that employees are encouraged to share new knowledge with others also that they have learned. The learning organization is going to that provides high quality products and services is over the period of time is will be able to build strong reputation, attracting more business and investment. Knowledge of new technologies allows organization to use their resources more effectively to meet the customer's demand, that is the optimum use of resources. And finally, learning organization adapt to rapid changes by staying proactive and continuously developing new skills. So these are the benefits. Now, what are the limitations in a particular learning organization? First is personal mastery misunderstood. So some organizations see that deep individual learning could be risky and also irrelevant. So if employees are focusing too much on their own goals, then they might not be able to contribute in the shared vision, which often creates a conflict. Then learning organization needs learning culture. So unless a supportive environment is given to people to share and apply new knowledge, then it is not possible. So in some offices, sharing ideas may be ignored, undervalued, discouraged. In that case, it is not possible to go with learning. And lastly, bureaucratic or traditional system make it really very, very hard and rigid for knowledge to flow freely. Again, like I mentioned in the previous slides also, strategy, techniques, these are very important. You should be knowing them. Strategies for building a learning organization. So if I want to build a learning organization or you want to build as a manager a learning organization, what should be the strategy? First is you should promote learning how to learn. Very important. You should know, right? Teach employees metacognitive skills, understanding how they learn best. For example, encourage reflection after project to identify what was learned and how it improved future work. So कुछ organizations करते भी हैं, like they ask for best practices. When you were in this project, what you did because of which the project was successful. Then it could be shared with others also, right? Then you create a culture of sharing and support. That means reward knowledge sharing and build trust through open communication. So you recognize employees who mentor others or share innovative solutions. Give them some kind of recognition so that people are motivated to share their knowledge. Flatten the hierarchy wherever it is possible. So less rigid organization structure often improves knowledge flow. So introduce cross-functional teams where everyone's input is valued. Last is learning content sharing. That means share knowledge in small targeted chunks using technology that employees can access anytime. So if in name of learning, I give you a bulk of resources that you go through it, it will be difficult. So small pieces, targeted chunks using technology is shared with employees. They find it easy to learn the content, right? Before I move to the next slide, my word file is visible. Yes, please. Let me also give you access. Is my word file visible to you all?
Yes, ma'am.
In unit 2 and unit 8, please, there is some noise. Not like this. Keep yourself on mute, please. Request. So in unit 2 and unit 8, syllabus says that you need to learn organization culture, climate, its introduction, evolution, determinants. 1 minute. Oh, someone's mic is open. And unit number 8 talks about cross-cultural management and learning organization. So basic meaning and difference between culture and climate, we have already covered. Determinants of culture and climate, we have already covered. In evolution, I have explained you that how employees learn particular culture. I have explained you cross-cultural management and different things, right? So there are different parameters that I have covered in the slides. Slides have been already shared with you all. Along with the slides, I have also shared certain material with you all, right? In that material, this cultural dimension theory is covered. Otherwise, in detail, I have also covered this in the main class. Please go through it, right? In this class, in brief, towards the end, I will be covering this. Okay. So learning organization, what are the strategies of making managing cross culture and building a learning organization? They both are important. Why understanding cross culture management is important? What are the strategies for managing cross cultural differences? What are the benefits and limitations of learning organization? What are the features of learning organization? You should all be knowing about this. Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm
Yes,
not telling you some kind of points. I'm just telling you what all should be covered in this syllabus and how through slides we have already covered or in your SLMs. Okay. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Should I move to the next unit?
Yes, ma'am.
yes, ma'am. So I have given access to one student. In case of any query, they could connect with me. Okay. So the next is management of conflicts and negotiation. So this is here I will be covering. In case you have any problem, you could put it in the chat box and the person who is having mic access could tell me. Okay. Till now we have covered unit 1, unit 2 and unit 8. Now I will be collectively covering unit number 3 and 4. I will be giving you brief on topics like conflict, negotiation, sources, reaction, management of conflict, intergroup behavior and negotiation, understanding competitive and collaborative approaches of negotiation. Okay. So what do we mean by conflict? Conflict is a process in which one party perceives that its interests are being opposed or negatively affected by another party. Then what is collective conflict management? Conflict management refers to the diagnostic processes, interpersonal styles, and negotiation strategies that are designed to avoid unnecessary conflict and reduce and resolve excessive conflict. So in layman, we all understand what is conflict and conflict management, right? Then there are two views of conflict. One is uh, interactionist view, the belief that conflict is not only positive force in a group, but also an absolute necessity for a group to perform effectively. We all know the negative side of it, that we believe that conflict is not good. But studies suggest that conflict is sometimes good. In fact, it is a necessary to improve, right? One second. Okay. So conflict could be both constructive and destructive. It could lead to creative solution. It could cause stress and inefficiency. So conflict could occur due to differences in need, values, and perspective. For example, conflict between departments over resource allocation, right? What are the causes of conflict? Why we see conflicts? So the reasons could be structural, personal, resource limitation, communication barrier, role ambiguity, and others. Structural causes basically means when organizational hierarchy and interdependence of tasks or power dynamics is such that it leads to conflict. That it leads to conflict basically means when one party feels or perceives that its interest is being opposed or negatively affected by the another party, right? Then individual differences could be another reason of conflict. Like individual perception could be different, their value system could be different, assumptions could be different, beliefs could be different, emotional intelligence level could be different. Due to these individual differences, it could lead to conflict. Then limited resources, limited budgets are there, limited equipments are there, and people are having a conflict to take maximum out of it. That could lead to conflict. Then communication barrier. That means misinformation. When the messages are not clear, they are vague, or they are misinterpreted, then it could lead to a conflict. Lastly, when the job roles are not clear, role ambiguity, overlapping duties or confusions are there in the system, then it could lead to conflict. For example, conflict between sales and production team due to different priorities, right? What is the effect of conflict? Okay, there is a conflict. Then what could be the effect? It could be both constructive or destructive. That means conflict could lead to positive effect. It could also lead to negative effect. So if there is some communication, if there are two perspectives coming from two people, it could encourage innovation. It could lead to problem solving. It could improve decision making. It could increase motivation. But if the conflict it goes long way, then it could increase stress, it could decrease productivity, it could lead to workplace aggression, it could also lead to higher employee turnover. So a competitive work environment that boosts performance but leads to burnout is one example of. Then we have different levels of conflict: intrapersonal, interpersonal, intragroup, intergroup. So intrapersonal, whenever I'm using the term intra, it means within. And whenever I'm using the term inter, it means with some person. So you must have inter-school competition. So one school is competing with other, right? Intra-school competition. Within the school, there are different houses who will be competing. So similarly, we understand all the intra and interrelated topics. So intrapersonal conflict means internal struggle within an individual. There could be some ethical dilemmas, decision-making stress that could lead to conflict. Interpersonal conflict means when two individuals are indulging into any conflict. It could be because of personality clash, it could be because of workplace dispute. Then we have intra-group conflict. So within a group, team members or group members are not agreeing to certain things. This could lead to conflict. Then we have intergroup conflicts. That means two different groups or departments are not agreeing to certain things. Because of that, we are having conflict. Like in budget allocation, marketing and finance department are not together. Very important is the process of conflict, right? You should understand the complete process of conflict from stage 1 to stage 5. Stage 1 says potential opposition or incompatibility, right? Because communication differences were there, personal variables were there, structural things were there, because of which some potential opposition could seen in the system. This leads to stage 2. That means cognition and personalization. This reflects perceived conflict and felt conflict, right? आपके पास कुछ sources थे, because of that you could see the potential opposition was there within the people that lead to perceived conflict, and later you were able to feel the conflict. And then comes the intention, that is the conflict handling intentions, how people want to handle this conflict. And the same in stage 4 is reflected in behavior. And lastly, in the outcomes. So in upcoming slide, one by one, I will be discussing each stage. Stage 1 reflects causes of conflict, right? It could be structural, personal, resources, communication, role ambiguity that we have covered previously. So stage 1 says potential opposition that also reflects sources of conflict. So let us take one situation that Simran had a great working relationship with her old manager, Harry. So when the next manager joined, Chirag joined as a new manager, she started receiving confusing instructions. He would tell her to do something and then criticize her for not doing it. And Chirag often used to yell at her, and because of this, she used to feel stress, right? So what is the source of conflict in this case? The source of conflict in this case is miscommunication, right? The words Chirag is using or the instructions that Chirag is giving is often confusing for Simran. There could be semantic barriers. That means word means differently to different people. Too much or poorly timed communication. Or because of stress, there could be emotional noise in the communication channel. Let us take another situation of Chan and Monica. So Chan is a salesperson who works on commission and wants to sell as much as possible. Most of our customers, sorry, it should be his, most of his customers buy on credit, whereas Monica is the credit manager. I confused it. Give me 1 minute. So basically, I tell you the incident, Chan and Monica. So Chan is a salesperson who works on commission and wants to sell as much as possible. His aim is to sell maximum. Whereas Monica is a credit manager. Her job is to minimize the credit loss. So उनकी जो fundamental job roles हैं वो ही conflicting है. So Chan is going to come up with credit sales because he's a salesperson. He wants to increase his sales and he's paid on the basis of commission. Whereas Monica, being a credit manager, she needs to minimize the credit loss. So she is going to reject the credit applications by Chan, right? So they do like each other personally. They do like, their value systems are same, but job roles are such that they are into direct conflict. So what is the source of conflict? Structural conflict. Incompatible job goals are there. Interdependence could be seen. So Chan sales depend on Monica's approval. So structural design of organization is such because of which it is leading to conflict. Last situation, imagine a person enters a meeting who is already angry from the morning. Even a small disagreement feels like a personal attack. Or two people with clashing personality are there in a particular meeting. So what is the source of conflict? Personality trait, emotions, clashing values, and behavioral styles, right? So in first case, communication was a reason of conflict. In second case, structural was a reason of conflict. And in the third situation, personal trait was a reason of conflict. Now we comes to cognition and personalization, that is stage 2, right? So in stage 2, this is the stage when conflict goes from being possible to real and felt. Let us take Simran's case. So Simran had a great working relationship with the old manager, but when Chirag joins, she starts receiving confusing instruction. He would tell her to do something and then criticize her. This is what she used to feel. So eventually, now Simran feels personally attacked by Chirag, constant criticism. So conflict became from potential to real. She now comes to work feeling defensive and stressed. So it is again felt, right? She is able to feel it. So this is our stage 2, perceived and feel. Then is stage 3, that is conflict handling intention. Conflict handling intentions depends upon assertiveness, that is reflected in y-axis, and in x-axis I have reflected cooperative, right? If people are very, very cooperative, right, and not very confident, then their style or their intention of dealing with the conflict remains accommodating, right? When people are very cooperative and also very confident in saying what they want to say, their style remains collaborating. When they are very, very assertive and not cooperative, they go with competing or avoiding style. And in the middle way, they go with compromising style. So conflict handling styles include collaborating, forcing, compromising, accommodating, and avoiding. Collaborating style that you could see on the top is a win-win style. You are very confident and you show direct behavior and you are highly cooperative. Forcing style is win-lose. So you are very assertive, but you're not ready to cooperate. It is a win-lose situation. Compromising is partially win-win. So moderately you are confident and direct, you're reflecting the direct behavior and you're moderately cooperative also. Accommodating is low assertiveness and high cooperation, lose win. And avoiding is lose-lose, you simply ignore, right? So with this, we move to stage 3 intentions, right, in more detail. Let us go back to the situation. So previously we discussed this stage involves how each person decides how to handle the conflict based on their perceptions and emotion. Okay? Now Chirag's intention is competing style. He pushes his view, corrects Simran harshly, and doesn't ask for her inputs, right? Simran's intention is to avoid. So she may stop talking, she may stop asking the questions, simply quiet, or simply do what Chirag is saying, even if she is confused, to avoid more conflict. So your intention, your style reflects that how you will be dealing with the conflict, how you will be handling the conflict, right? So this is intention. After intentions come behavior. So my intention could be avoiding, my intention could be collaborating, my intention could be competing. Based on the intention, we will move to the next stage, that is behavior, right? So behavior, how it will be reflected in the behavior? When we talk about behavior, sorry, it could be overt conflict or no conflict, right? Sorry, no conflict here means minor disagreement or misunderstanding, challenging the others, assertive verbal attacks, threats, aggressive physical attack, overt efforts to destroy the other parties. So from no conflict to high intensity conflict could be seen in the behavior. Last is outcome. Outcome could be both functional and not functional, right? If mismanaged. So functional outcomes basically means that if you're able to manage it properly, you will be able to make better decision. You will be able to enjoy all the positive outcomes of the conflict. If it is not managed properly, then you will be able to see lack of motivation and all the negative points of the conflict. These are few conflict management techniques, right? For example, problem solving, superordinate goals, expansion of resources, avoidance, smoothing, compromise. So one by one, there are different techniques how you could manage a particular conflict. I'm just taking you through the exercise. For example, problem solving technique. So there are two software engineers who disagree on which framework to use for a project, right? So problem solving technique means that they could hold a meeting to list pros and cons, consider client needs, and jointly they could decide. So this is a technique to handle the conflict, right? So I'm not reading the definition. You could read it on your own, right? Then is superordinate goals. So one real life situation is that there is one design team, one there is delivery team. They both are blaming each other for losing the clients. The design team says my designs are very good, but delivery people are not able to do. And delivery people says that we are doing it on time. It is the matter of design, right? So when this conflict is going on, the manager could opt for the technique that is superordinate goals. So manager sets a shared goal. So you improve customer retention by 20%. You require joint action. So आप उनको ऐसे goals दे दो that you have to improve the customer retention by 20% to both the departments. The team working on design, the team working on delivery. So collaboratively, they will be working. Then next technique is expansion of resources. So let's imagine two departments are fighting over the limited office space. So as a manager, a company could take more space on rent and give both the teams adequate space. So expansion of resources is one way of handling the conflict. Then is avoidance. So there are two team members who are clashing over the minor style issue in presentation, right? So a manager could simply ignore it, right? Avoid it. Okay? So, or he could redirect their attention to higher priorities and delay discussion. So this is a way to avoid it. Then there is a situation when a senior staff member feels overlooked in a team decision. He feels that he was overlooked when the team was taking decision. Then manager could opt for smoothing technique, which means a manager could privately acknowledge their contribution and reassure that the value will be value is given to their decision to smooth the process, right? If you get into the definition of smoothing, it is mentioned here, playing down differences while emphasizing common interest between the conflicting parties, right? Next is compromise. HR wants a strict dress code. Employees wants to come with casual wear. So you could compromise. So they could agree that certain days strict dress code could be there. 1 or 2 days there could be casual wear also. Authoritative command. If two employees are arguing, despite of warning, a strict final decision could be given by the manager. That is an authoritative command. Next is altering the human variable. So, for example, if team members' tone cause frequent tension, then some emotional intelligence training could be provided to the team. Some communication skills related trainings could be provided to the team. Last is altering the structural variable. Then when multiple managers give conflicting instructions to the same team, right? This creates a problem. So the company could restructure reporting lines and clarifying the authority and responsibility. So they could alter the structural variable as a technique to handle the conflict. Then further we have more techniques, that is conflict stimulation techniques, communication, bringing in outsider, restructuring the organization, appointing the devil's advocate. To understand it in a better way, some real life situations could be team avoids giving feedback in meetings. They don't give feedbacks. So manager could encourage open dialogues and healthy questioning during weekly reviews. So technique is communication. Then there is a problem of groupthink that limits the creativity in product development. Groupthink basically means that some people agree to what the majority is saying. They are not able to say what they really want to. So you could bring an outside consultant who joins the team and offer a new challenging ideas. Then work group teams operates in isolation. They lack collaboration. So restructuring an organization is a technique that could be opted by a manager. So manager changes workflows to increase interdependence between teams. And last is everyone quickly, let's imagine a situation where everyone agrees too quickly in planning section. Whatever is going on, they say yes, 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 yes. So devil's advocate could be appointed who could critically ask questions on whatever is going on in the team, and they could lead to a particular conflict that could come up with that could lead to positive results. Next is introduction to negotiation. So negotiation is a process where two or more parties attempt to resolve differences and reach an agreement. Negotiation is a complex dynamic process that involves communication, interaction, and collaboration between two or more parties to reach to a mutually satisfactory agreement. It could be competitive and collaborative. Okay? Competitive is distributive and collaborative basically means integrative. It should be collaborative in the slide. Okay. Then what are the different stages of negotiation? First is if you want to go for the negotiation. Negotiation we all understand by now. It's a process where two parties try to resolve differences and come to an agreement. Okay. So before you go for the negotiation, it is important for you to prepare and plan. You define objective, you assess the other party's position. Then when you sit on the negotiation table, both the parties need to develop ground rules, define ground rules. That means you need to set protocols, time frame, and acceptable behavior. Then exchange of information is important where both sides give their proposals, what exactly they want or what they are looking for. Then the bargaining starts. That means the problem solving process starts where both parties explore option, concessions, and agreement. And finally, the finalized agreement is executed and signed. That is the closure and implementation of the agreement. There are two types of negotiation style. One is distributive and integrative, very, very important. Distributive style is when the resources are fixed and one party gains and other loses, right? And integrative style is a collaborative style where mutual benefits solutions are created by expanding the available resources. Difference between the two: distributive always remains win-lose or zero-sum negotiation, whereas integrative is win-win, right? So when the budget allocation is going on and two departments are negotiating, what is going to happen? One is going to get, another is not going to get. It will be win or lose situation. But when you're combining your resources and mergers are going on and agreements are signed, it's a win-win negotiation, right? It focuses on dividing the fixed amount of resources, whereas integrative style focuses on creating value by combining the interests of all parties. Distributive emphasis on competition and self-interest, and integrative emphasis on cooperation and mutual benefit. It often results into split of resources with one party gaining on the expense of at the expense of other. Whereas overall benefit is maximized in case of integrative negotiation. So in distributive negotiation, negotiators take a fixed position and defend it. Whereas in integrative, negotiators are flexible and open to explore new options. Distributive is suitable for simple, straightforward situations with clear rules. Integrative is suitable for complex multi-party negotiation with a need for a creative solution, right? What are the advantages of negotiation? Why negotiation is important? It encourages solutions that benefit all parties. So this is going to improve your relationship also, and it is going to give you satisfaction. It is a cost-effective way. So rather than going for a legal process, it is a good way of which saves your time also and money also. It is going to promote cooperation and trust. When you sign agreement with others, it builds trust and promotes cooperation. It encourages creative problem solving. So parties often find innovative solutions that possibly wouldn't be possible through rigid methods. So creative problem solving methods, you come up with solutions which you never thought about. And it is going to reduce the conflict and tension. So if you look into it, if competing, accommodating, compromising, and collaborating as a negotiating strategies, the goal of competing remains to win. It is a distributive strategy also. Strength is assertive, aggressive, right? It could damage the relationship. So tactics should be anchoring, concession, and deadline pressure. So in detail, I have discussed this complete table in the previous classes. So I will be just giving you an overview here. Next, so let's say a company demands a 20% price reduction from a suppliers, threatening to switch to some other vendor. So this is the competing style. Accommodating is used when your goal is to maintain the relationship. So it is a cooperative understanding way. So you try to build relationship, you prioritize harmony, you make voluntary sacrifice as the part of tactics. So for example, an employee accepts lower salary to maintain a good relationship with the employer and secure long-term job stability. Compromises to find a middle ground, fair and reasonable, to lead to optimum outcomes. So splitting the differences and trading remains the tactic. For example, two companies negotiators getting a merger agreement to board uh, share both seats equally, even though one company is slightly larger. So both are compromising, both are working on it. Last is collaborating, that is an integrative style of negotiation to find mutually benefit solution. So here you try to be creative and problem solving, but it could be time consuming. So tactics remains active listening, joint problem solving, and transparency. So actively you need to listen to the other party. You need to go through the brainstorming process to come up with more solution and openly sharing information to ensure transparency. So for example, a software company and a cybersecurity firm partner wants to develop a new secure product which could benefit both the parties. So how negotiation is different from conflict resolution? Negotiation is the focus is that mutually people want to sign some agreement, some acceptable agreement. There is some deal, some decisions that need to be taken. Whereas conflict resolution focuses on resolving the dispute and disagreement. So when I talk about the approach of negotiation, it remains competitive or collaborative, distributive and integrative, right? In case of conflict, the focus is on reducing the tension, coming up with some innovative ideas, repairing the relationship, and resolving the issues peacefully. Outcome could be win-win, mutually beneficial outcome, or it could be win-lose when we talk about negotiation. Resolving the disagreement remains the focus and the outcome of conflict resolution, right? Next is third party roles in negotiation. What is the role of a third party? When two parties are negotiating, what kind of a role the third party plays? A third party could enter into a negotiation either as a mediator or an arbitrator. So who are mediator? They are the neutral facilitator who helps both sides communicate better, understand each other's position, and explore positive possible solutions. So what they are going to do? They are going to use persuasion. They are going to suggest compromises and creative alternatives. They will help parties to mutually agree to a solution, right? So what are the important conditions for the success of the mediator? Both parties should must be willing to resolve the conflict. The conflict must be at the moderate level of intensity, and the mediator must be seen as neutral and fair, right? Then the second way the third party could enter into a negotiation is like an arbitrator. So the arbitrator is a third party with formal authority to make binding decision. So they listen to both sides, review evidence and argument, and impose the final decision like a judge. So it could be voluntary arbitration or compulsory arbitration. So both parties could agree that we will call this person and whatever the decision will be given by this person, we will be following it. This is a voluntary arbitration. But sometimes in the labor disputes cases, it could be imposed by law. An arbitrator could enter into a negotiation. So when we look into the differences, mediator don't have power to decide, whereas arbitrator do have power to decide. So their main function is to facilitate when we talk about mediator, but to impose binding decision is the main function of arbitrator, right? So I have discussed already in detail, so I won't be going into it. You could look into previous recordings. So someone is, okay. Someone is again and again trying to join the group. Please. Okay. It is very, very important when you are negotiating, you should maintain relationship. Even if the negotiation is not going the way you wanted it to be. For example, when you are negotiating, you should separate the person from the issue, right? You should not try to do personal attack. For example, rather than saying you are being unreasonable, you could say that these terms don't fit our budget. We can explore the alternatives, right? During the negotiation to maintain relationship, it is important to seek win-win outcomes. Look for the solution that benefit both parties. So a supplier offering a discount in exchange of longer contract is something that is going to be like a win-win outcome. Then very important is to listen and show empathy. So understanding the other side is what is the meaning of empathy, and listening to them is very important. So, for example, you are saying that I see that meeting, the deadline is crucial for you. You are showing empathy by saying this. Let's find a way to make it work, right? Then maintain a professional and positive tone. So instead of saying take it or give it, leave it. Say, let's find a fair solution together. Whatever is the agreement, whether it is reached to an agreement or not, the negotiation should always end on a positive note. For example, you could say, although we couldn't finalize the deal today, I appreciate the discussion and look forward to collaborating in the future, right? We already discussed the different stages of negotiation. Here, I have just detailed those process. Let me just take you back to the slide so that you could relate with the slide. Here we talked about different stages of negotiation, where the first stage was about preparing and planning, right? Now, in this slide, in detail, we will be understanding what do we mean by and how we prepare for a negotiation. So a successful negotiation requires careful preparation, right? This could include knowing your best alternative to negotiated agreement, setting the clear objectives before entering the discussion, right? So best alternative to a negotiation agreement, what does this means? This means your backup plan. The best option available with you when the negotiation fails. You should be knowing it. So if I'm going to a particular negotiation and I'm sitting for that negotiation or to sign an agreement, before going there, I should understand that if I won't be able to make a deal the way I want to, then what could be the consequences and what is my backup plan? It gives you a leverage and confidence when you are discussing. It helps you to avoid bad deals. Sometimes no deal is better than a bad deal. It is going to strengthen your position. You can negotiate with confidence knowing you have alternative. And it is going to encourage the better decision making. That means it helps you recognize a good deal when you see one, right? So before negotiation, you need to define what success looks to you. You should have objectives very, very clear. Smart objectives should be there. You should ask question to yourself before going for negotiation. What is my ideal outcome? So if I'm going for salary negotiation, so I want 15% salary raise or I flexible work schedule is more preferred by me. So you need to understand before you go for the negotiation. You need to understand that what is my minimum acceptability, that if they won't agree to 50%, 15%, then minimum 10% will be required. Or could I go beyond that also? Then you need to understand what are my priorities, what are my trade-offs. So salary is my preference, or if I get additional benefit, that is also okay, right? And last is what is the other party's likely position? What is the other party's position, right? You need to ask this question and you need to prepare before you go, along with your proposal, obviously. Next comes managing interpersonal behavior in negotiation. So when different groups interact, whether department or in a company, business partners, competing teams, conflict and negotiation challenges could arise. Effective management of interpersonal behavior can improve collaboration and can lead to better negotiation outcomes. Some techniques to manage interpersonal behavior. One is rule setting, establishing clear guidelines for interaction to prevent misunderstanding and conflict. So this is going to ensure fairness, structure, and professionalism in discussions. Some key strategies are set ground rules before negotiation. Each side is going to get 10 minutes. Ensure respectful communication. No personal attacks. Clarify decision-making authority. Whose final approval or from someone from senior leadership team is going to mediate or not, right? Member swap is also one technique of managing interpersonal behavior. So for example, a union and management is having some kind of clash, then someone from the union could go and see what is actually happening in the through the finance team, right? So temporarily exchanging members between group to build empathy and understanding is another technique. Similarly, highlighting how groups rely on each other, creating a sense of shared purpose, encouraging collaboration by aligning interests rather than focusing on differences. This is how we could connect the roles of different parties in order to manage intergroup behavior. So its 10 traits of successful negotiator includes self-discipline, express need clearly without aggression, creativity, understanding financial and data-driven aspect very carefully, reads and responds to emotions effectively, adjust to strategies based on changing dynamics, influence other with logical confidence, handle rejections and setbacks very calmly, negotiate with honesty and ethically. Integrity is very, very important, and their quick decision-making ability. So the 14 behaviors of effective negotiators. how they are different from the previous slide. In previous slides, we talked about specific traits. Here we are talking about the behavior. So understanding emotion, managing discomfort, listening actively, strategically questioning, trying to build rapport, clarifying the objectives, handling the objectives, patience, effective communication, reading nonverbal cues, showing confidence, compromising skills, right? Finding the middle way, planning and preparation. So all these behaviors are the behaviors of effective negotiators, right? Role of ethics in negotiation: fair, transparent negotiation is very, very important. A company negotiating with the supplier contract needs to disclose all kinds of costs. There should not be any hidden costs. So ethics plays a very important role. Okay. So before I move to the next slide, I have allowed the mic to you all. Could you see my word file?
Yes, ma'am.
So here briefly I have covered all these topics. Mainly unit 3 and unit 4 is having overlapping topics. ठीक है, दोनों में negotiation है, दोनों में approaches of negotiation है. ठीक है, दोनों में competing and collaborating negotiation style है. So to sum it up, you should be knowing what is conflict, why positive sides of conflict, negative sides, sources of conflict, conflict process, effect of conflict, how to handle a conflict. All these parts are important. Similarly, in negotiation, you should be knowing stages of negotiation, distributive and integrative negotiation, need, features, and advantages of negotiation. You should be clear about it. And then you should be knowing the techniques of intergroup behavior of negotiation. That also I have covered. Forgot to add. Okay. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
So look into the complete recording. If I have missed any topic, that is also part of syllabus, right? Till here, any doubt?
No, ma'am.
Should I move to the next slide or next unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I hope my slide is visible to you all.
Yes, ma'am.
So the next unit is, because this is a revision class, I'm just giving you an overview, right? If you want to go more in detail, you could look into the different recordings. We are done with unit 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8, right? Now I'm moving to unit 5, that is power and politics in organization. The topics as per your syllabus is introduction, basis of power, power and political tactics, and sources of political behavior, right? So in first line, I have differentiated some overlapping terms, which students often get confused with. So leadership, authority, I will start with authority basically, first of all. Authority is a formal position within an organization. Legitimate power granted by an organization. If an authority is given to you, then you have an official power that is given to you. That is a formal position, right? Formal power. Now, what is power? Power is the capacity that an individual could influence the behavior of some another person, right? So power is the capacity to get others to do things they might not do otherwise. Then what is politics? Politics refers to the use of power within the organization to gain advantages beyond one formal authority. Then what do we mean by influence? Power means that we are influencing someone's behavior. Then what is influence? Influence is broader than power. It involves altering others' behavior, emotions, and attitudes. Right? This is the difference. So, power is ability to influence others' action. Leader uses the power to motivate and guide others towards shared goals. Power can be used in any direction, up, down, lateral, whereas leader typically involves guiding followers. Okay. Activities aimed at influencing others, often for personal or organizational advantage. From the organizational point of view, organizational politics refers to activities that influence the distribution of advantages and disadvantages within an organization outside the formal job requirement. This includes withholding the information, forming coalitions, leaking information, spreading rumors, and lobbying. So, what is the significance of knowing it? Understanding power in politics helps employees navigate organizational dynamics effectively, right? And advance in their career. First is what are the sources of power? So, power can be categorized into formal and personal power. Formal basically means it derived from position. You have a position in an organization, you have a power. Personal is derived from individual traits. So, it is a power based on fear, coercive power. It is an ability to punish, right? So, power stemming from the ability to impose punishment leads to negative employee attitude and resistance. So, in organization where employee fear, they avoid expressing their concern and reducing innovation. Second is reward power. Again, a formal power. It is the ability to grant benefits. It is based on the ability to provide benefits like salary hikes and promotions. So people comply because they expect rewards like salary hikes, promotion, and recognition. So, third is legitimate power. Again, this is a formal power. It is derived from formal hierarchy, power given in the organization structure, right? Then we have personal power, which is derived from individual trait. First is expert power. If you have specialized knowledge, those skill set is going to give you power in an organization. So power held by individuals with unique expertise, right? So, for example, if uh, if we look into the CEO of Mark, we could see that his expertise in product design and innovation played a key role in shaping the Nike's success. So basically, you get power when you have an expert knowledge about certain things. Then referent power. It is based on identification and admiration. That means, like we see, celebrities are influencing the consumer behavior. How? People are buying. They are enhancing the brand credibility, right? So this power is gained through personal likability and charisma. Effectiveness of different power bases. So personal power is the most effective. When you have expert power, when you have referent power, it is most effective as it leads to higher job satisfaction, commitment, and performance. Coercive power is often counterproductive, leading to dissatisfaction and resistance. Legitimate reward power have mixed effects depending upon how they are used. So, basis of power, first three are the formal power, right? It is source is fair punishment, incentives, position, and authority, right? Last two are personal power, that is your knowledge, skill set, and the personal influence. Now, let us understand what is the role of dependency in power. Dependency is the foundation of power. If someone relies on another person for certain important resources, The latter has the power over them. The more someone depends on the resources, the more power that person gives to the other person, right? Your dependency on the other person is going to increase if the resources are important, very, very necessary for success, very, very valuable. They are limited, there is a scarcity, and you don't have any other alternative for them, right? So, what are power tactics? Research has identified the 9 distinct influence tactics. Legitimacy, that is relying on your authority position and saying a request accord with organization policies and rules. Rational persuasion, it's a logical argument. Factual evidence that you demonstrate when you request for a reason, when making your request a reasonable. Inspirational power is developing emotional commitment by appealing to the target's value, needs, hopes, and aspiration. Consultation basically means increasing the target's support by involving him or her in deciding how to accomplish your plan. Exchange tactic is rewarding the target with benefits of favors in exchange of following a request. Here, request is what you want to get done, right? I hope that is clear. Personal appeal, basically asking for compliance based on friendship and loyalty. Integration, using praise, flattery, or friendly behavior prior to making a request. Pressure, using warnings, repeated demands, and threats. Collisions, enlisting the aid and support of others to pursue the target to agree. Right? So, power tactics means the things that you are doing in order to get or influence others' behavior, get done what you want, or influence the behavior of others, right? Same has been explained in a more briefer manner. So power and politics are inevitable in organization, affecting decisions and strategy execution, right? Political behavior includes activities once that is outside one's formal job role, aimed at influencing others. High political skills individuals are more effective at influence tactics, right? So organizational culture affects acceptable power tactics. Give me 1 minute. Just 1 minute, please. Sorry. My slides are visible? Yes. Slide
No,
is
ma'am.
visible. Slide is not visible.
Blank screen.
Let me share it again. Is it visible? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So when we want to manage power and politics effectively, we need to understand the power dynamics, right? We need to understand and make use of personal power like expert and referent power, which plays a very important role, right? And but before that, let us first understand causes and consequences of political behavior. So when we look from the individual factors point of view, certain personality traits and characteristics make some individuals more likely to engage in political behavior. We are talking about causes here. So high self-monitoring, individuals who are able to to adjust their behavior to fit the social context are more likely to engage into political behavior. People with a high degree of manipulation and a focus on personal gain often use political tactics. Locus of control. Those who believe they can control their environment, internal locus, right, are more likely to engage in political behavior to shape in the outcome. So those who feel that they could not control the environment, the external locus is there, they're less likely to engage. Perceived job alternatives. So employees who perceive that more job opportunities elsewhere may engage in political behavior to position themselves for promotions. Investment in organization. Employees who have spent years in an organization and have significant emotional and financial investment in it may engage in political to secure their positions, right? Organizational factors. Why organization? From the organization side, certain things could be there that could lead to political behavior. First is limited resources. If resources are limited, then competition among different people is going to start. This is going to lead to political maneuver. Then role ambiguity. When there are unclear job roles and responsibility, and people are not clear who is supposed to do what, then people indulge into political behavior. They opt for political tactics. Then performance evaluation system. When performance criteria is very, very subjective, employees may use political behavior to influence the decision maker. High organizational change. When organizations undergo restructuring, downsizing, and policy changes, it creates uncertainty, leading employees to engage in politics to secure their positions. Lastly, culture. So a culture that tolerates or even encourages political behavior leads to its widespread acceptance and practice. What are the consequences of it? There could be positive consequences, there could be negative consequences. Positive side of it is that employees who successfully navigate it are able to secure favorable outcomes. They could avoid punishment and it could help a particular employee in a career progression. But the negative side of it is that if in an organization excessively such behaviors are seen, then it is going to decrease the job satisfaction. It is going to increase stress and anxiety. It will lead to high turnover rates and it is going to overall reduce the organization performance, right? Then comes impression management. I have shared one handout with you there on page number 22. It has been explained in detail, so I'm just briefing you out. Otherwise, in the previous slides also, recordings also, it is there. So impression management is a process by which individual attempts to control the impression others form of them. Why it matters? It helps employees advance career, secure promotions, and gain favor in the organization. So there are certain techniques for this. First is conformity, agreeing with others to gain approval. So a manager aligns with the boss' opinion, right? So a manager tells his boss, you are absolutely right on your reorganization plan for the Western Regional Office. I couldn't agree with this more, right? So this is a way when he gives confirmation to the manager, whatever he's saying, he gets a upper hand. Favors, doing something beneficial to gain approvals, right? Excuses, minimizing the responsibility of error. The manager is justifying that an advertisement failed by downplaying its importance. That anyhow it was not important. Though it failed, but it was not important. So you're giving excuses. Similarly, a sales manager says to his boss, he failed to get the ad. It is the same thing in more detail. Why? But the response of the ad was anyway not very useful. Apologies. It is admitting the mistakes while seeking the forgiveness. So you are every time saying your boss, I'm sorry, I make this mistake. Oh, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Again, this is to build a good impression. Then self-promotion, highlighting your achievement, like salesperson is saying his boss that Matt worked unsuccessfully for 3 years to try to get the account. I spewed it up in few weeks. I'm the best closer of this particular company. So again, that is another way of doing it, right? So if you, I have already shared this handout. You could just go through the handout for the more detailing of the examples, right? Next is enhancement, right? So when I talk about enhancement, could you even see my slides?
No, ma'am, there is some glitch.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Let
Yes.
me just share it again. 1 minute, give me 1 minute. Mhm. Now it is visible?
No, ma'am.
Not
Not on the
visible?
laptop. No, ma'am. But students are able to see. I'm not able to see. I don't know. Ma'am.
So there are few slides. If they are able to see, it will be visible in the recording, right?
Yes, ma'am. Definitely.
Okay. So few other techniques are enhancement, right? Defensive impression management technique, assertive impression management technique, exemplification. So enhancement basically means that you emphasize on the significance of your own work. Exemplification basically means overachieving to appear dedicated. So an employee sends emails from the work computer when he works late so that the superior gets to know that he's working late. Some defensive techniques basically means avoiding the blame by attributing failures to external factors. And assertive means proactively controlling how others perceive an individual, right? There is no need of going into detail of all the techniques, but broadly you should be knowing that what is power, what are the bases of power, what is politics, what are the causes, what are its uh, pros and what are its cons, and some tactics, right? Tactics of power, right? So there are certain strategies in brief that is given for power acquisition, like building alliances, forming network to grow, gain support, controlling information flow, influencing what others know, positioning in decision making process, gaining a seat at the table, creating obligation, using favors to gain influence, and lastly managing impression that we have done in detail, that is shaping the perception to gain credibility, right? So let me also share my Word file so that you could see. So as I mentioned that this unit talks about power in politics in organization. You should be knowing the meaning and difference between the two. Basis of power you should be knowing. You should be knowing few power and political tactics, and you should be knowing the sources, causes, and consequences of political behavior. That will be sufficient. So in PPTs or in the slides or in the class, I have discussed so many different tactics that have been covered in different books. But you could limit your discussion to some 7 to 8 tactics for both power and politics. Is this part clear? That is because
Yes,
that is
ma'am.
sufficient in your syllabus. Your syllabus is not going beyond that. So there is no need of adding everything. Like I am doing impression management tactics and I'm learning all the tactics, not required. But basic idea you should be having that what is impression management and how it works. Basic idea you should be having, right?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, also students are asking for break.
Okay. I am giving you 15 minutes break will be okay. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. It will be okay
Okay,
for
I
me.
am
I
giving
hope
you
for
15 minutes break. The reason is that I want that slide should go in one flow. We are covering all the concepts, right? Once we are done with it, then again, I'm going to give you a good amount of break so that others could also go through whatever I have done because I already have shared the slides with you all. And you could come up with your queries. Otherwise, I will start with the case studies. Okay, so keep it 15 minutes. Then again, after completing 2 units, I will be giving you good amount of break. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Should I start? Yes, everyone.
All are muted.
Okay. Sorry. Mm. Should I start? Yes,
Yes, ma'am,
please.
please. Ma'am.
Okay. So I'm sharing one handout also with you for last unit. You could go through impression management techniques from there. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
It is there in the chat box. Okay. My screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this is the next unit that is about creativity and innovation. Okay. So we are done with unit number 1 to 5, all the units. We are also done with unit number 8. We are left with unit number 6 and 7. Unit number 6 talks about management of creativity and innovation, individual and organizational creativity, creative blocks, overcoming those blocks, and organizational innovation. So first, you need to understand the difference between all the terminologies. What is creativity and how it is different from innovation? So creativity refers to generating new imaginative ideas, whereas innovation is the process of applying those creative ideas to develop something that is valuable, such as new product, method, or solution. So creativity does not always lead to innovation, but innovation could not take place without creativity. So a designer thinking of a futuristic smartphone concept is being creative. But when the company manufactures and sells the new model based on that idea, it becomes innovation. So creativity is an idea that comes in your mind. Innovation is the implementation of that idea, something new, something different from others. And invention is creating something that never existed. So creativity is thinking new idea and applying that new idea in a practical way is innovation. Creativity may not always have value, but without innovation creates value in terms of usefulness. Creativity could exist at individual level, but you need organization support for implementation of that creativity, that is innovation. Invention. The first camera was invented in 19th century. Innovation. Smartphone cameras evolved from that from this invention, improving features. So how invention is different from innovation? Creating something for the first time, it could be accidental, may or may not be useful. But applying the new idea for commercial success becomes innovation, always aims to be useful, requires deliberate effort. So let us look into various situations. There is one scientist that developed the first ever charging battery, right? There is an artist who creates a new painting. There is a tech company that upgrades the existing smartphone. Or there is a chef who experiments and creates a new dessert. So when a scientist develops something new, then it is an invention. First time something new existed. But when an artist creates a new painting, it's a creativity. When a tech company upgrades the existing smartphone, it's an innovation. And when the chef experiments and creates an entirely new type of dessert, again, it's a creativity. Similarly, if a car manufacturer introduces the first electric car that can drive itself, it's an invention. Whereas in hospital, when he adopts blockchain to securely store patients' record, it's an innovation. A musician is coming up with a new melody is a creativity. A startup repurposes plastic waste into durable construction bricks. It's an innovation. Similarly, a company patents a machine that converts air into drinkable water, or the marketing team designs. So two situations are there. So when a company patents, it's an invention, part of invention, right? It never existed. But a marketing team designs a unique ad campaign and changes customer perception. It's a creativity, right? So what are the features of creativity? Creativity is a process rather than a product. It can be conscious or subconscious thinking. It occurs at both individual and group level. It evolves breaking pattern and thinking outside the box. It's a regular activity, not a one-time event. Today, one time you will sit, I will come up with something creative idea. It is not going to happen like that. So when we look into creativity process, first thing is preparation, brainstorming ideas, exploring possibilities, gathering the knowledge. Then comes incubation, allowing the subconscious mind to process that idea. Then is your eureka moment, when you start generating new ideas, forming new ideas. Then is assessing the practicality and impact of those ideas, that is evaluation. And last is elaboration, that is implementing and refining the ideas for final execution. So the invention of the iPhone followed this process. So Steve Jobs and his team prepared by studying touch screens, incubated ideas, had insights on simplifying interfaces, evaluated their ideas, and finally elaborated them into a successful product. There are certain myths about creativity. Creativity, some people feel, is about artists. Creativity is only for artists. No, not really. There is a myth that creativity is about certain inspiration. It requires effort, trial, errors. That is only that can give you creative ideas. Only experts can be creative. No, anyone could be. More money leads to more creativity. No, not at all. Even more money creates more pressure. This could hinder your creativity. Then we have organizational level creativity and individual level creativity. So individual creativity means a person's ability to generate a novel idea, like entrepreneur creating a unique business model. But when teams collaborate to innovate, company launch a new product, it is organizational creativity. So organization must nurture individual creativity to derive overall innovation. Now, very important thing that is in your syllabus, that is creative block and how to overcome them. What is creative block? It is a mental barrier that prevents a person from thinking creatively or coming up with new ideas. It can affect individual, it could affect a team or entire organization, making innovation difficult. So when we talk about overcoming creative blocks, it is what we need to do. We need to foster a flexible mindset to be open to alternative solution. We need to encourage the lifelong learning and provide and avoid fearing failure. Failure is part of creativity. Create an organizational culture that supports creativity. Invest in R&D, that is research and development, to derive innovation. Overcome creative blocks requiring a culture of openness and continuous learning. Leader must challenge assumptions and encourage employees to take risk. Changing perspective, that means seeing a problem from a different angle, often unlocks creativity. And last is cross-disciplinary teams help break stagnation by introducing fresh ideas. Now, there are different types of creative blocks. We have already understood what is creative block. It is a mental barrier. Now, this creative block could be of three categories. Mindset block, that is resistance to change, fixed way of thinking. Personal block, low confidence, fear of failure, rigid values. Or there could be one more block to creativity, that is organizational block, strict hierarchy, risk averse culture, lack of R&D. Again, this is going to reduce the creativity. So creative block arise due to fear of failure, rigid structure, lack of feedback, and excessive control. One of the biggest barrier to creativity is illusion of certainty. Thinking we know the right answer from this chart is the barrier to creativity. Failure is part of process. Leader must create an environment where failure is seen as learning opportunity rather than a setback, right? So mainly in creativity, these all topics are covered. Let me just also share the word file with you all. The purpose of word file is not to look into the topics. It is just to look into the fact that how far we are able to how far we are covering the syllabus, right? My word file is visible to you all? Yes. Is it visible? I'm just giving access to mic to everyone. Yes. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
This is a very small and concise unit, right? Here you should be, it talks about management of creativity and innovation, individual and organizational level, creative blocks and overcoming that block. That is the main content. So if you will look into the recording, when I have taken this unit in detail, I have covered almost everything. It is a very concise small unit. You should be knowing the difference between invention, innovation, and creativity in detail, along with examples. You should be clear about what is creative blocks, why they happen, and how to overcome them from the managerial point of view. So you should be knowing what organization should do to overcome it. Then you should be knowing in detail the creative process and organizational innovation. So what all we have done in innovation, that portion will be sufficient. Further, if you want to go into detail, you could look into that recording. Should I move to the last unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I will be a little quick because I want to discuss the case study and previous year paper also. Right. My slides are visible to you all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me just take
Yes,
the
ma'am.
access. So the last unit, again for these two units, you have to refer the recordings of the class, you have to refer the PPT and your study material, right? Directly, they are not available in the books, right? So we are done with by now, till here, we are done with all the units. This is the last unit that I will be covering. That is unit number 7, understanding gender issues in management, gender stereotypes, women management, individual and organizational strategies to manage gender issues in organization, right? So because I won't be doing this activity, I have done it in the main class, but I will be just telling you the essence of this activity. So in this activity, I gave certain situations to the students, right? And I asked them to create a short story, right? So like when you think of a theme party and this is happening in the party, create a story, create some characters, right? And tell how these characters are doing and what doing in 4 to 5 lines, right? So the idea behind this activity was that when student wrote the story, most of them, let me just give you an example, like they were talking about that it's a Sunday morning and the child is helping their parent in the kitchen. So they most of them created a story where they were saying that a child in the morning is helping the mother, right? So I had this activity in the physical mode class, in physical mode also and online mode also, and everywhere the students were saying the child is helping a mother. And when I posed this question, a CEO is giving a successful speech, most of them said that Sham gave, Ram gave. So a male character was selected by the students to refer to a CEO who is giving a success speech. Similarly, in situation 4, when I said that it is 11 p.m. and 4 friends are going out and they are driving, most of the students created the characters which involved males, right? And in the situation number 3, again, they involved males, majority of them, right? So the activity was to reflect that there are certain stereotypes, right? So there are a gender stereotype is a generalized opinion or preconception about the traits and qualities that a men and women should or shouldn't have. or about the roles that men and women should or shouldn't play, right? So both good and negative gender stereotypes exist. Like women are nurturing, women are weak. Both are the stereotypes. So stereotype क्या है? हमारी generalized opinions, preconceived notions से about what a male is supposed to do, what a female is supposed to do, in which situation we could visualize a male, and in which situation we could visualize a female. Then what is stereotyping? Stereotyping basically means, uh, I think in this slide it is not reflecting. Stereotyping basically means when based on these general opinions about a particular gender, we make conclusion about others in our real life, in our workplace, at our home. This is stereotyping, right? Where do our gender stereotypes come from? Complex gender stereotypes have their roots in regional customs and culture. So from the childhood, when we grow in families, friends, media, institution, everyone gives certain idea to us about the gender. These widely accepted and frequently unconscious beliefs begin to develop during childhood. So I have taken this picture. In picture also you could see policeman is a male, milkman is a male. So like this we are able to see around us. So this gives us a opinion about certain genders. So early socializing, gender stereotypes are learned from family, media, peer, and institution. So at a very young age, students or kids learn about different gender roles that are performed in the society. They have preconceived notion about it, and they perceive it as natural. These learned behaviors are mistaken as biological traits. Education and social norms reinforce traditional gender roles. So, what is the negative impact of these stereotypes? Stereo Women's, like if I talk about the effects, women's are often stereotypes as overly emotional and irrational. Men are linked with rationality, freedom, and higher social status. These limit individual potential and they influence the societal roles. So gender gaps persist in leadership roles and income. Women face more barrier in career advancement and must exert more efforts than men. The managerial workload often disadvantage women due to societal expectation, like caregiving roles. So women are expected to balance work and home, often forced to choose between career growth and family responsibility. Even when employed, women are undervalued and underrepresented in higher management. So these gender stereotypes, these beliefs that these preconceived notions, assumptions about particular gender give disadvantage to that particular gender. Now, there is an unconscious bias. Like it's not a conscious thing. Everyone carries an unconscious bias influencing gender stereotype. These biases result from mental shortcuts our brain takes during decision making. So there are micro messages, body language, tone that reflect that what assumptions we hold in our mind, right? What stereotypes we hold in our mind. How to address these biases? There is a need to create awareness and open discussion about the biases, about these biases. Recognizing them and managing unconscious bias helps combat gender stereotypes in personal and professional spaces. Okay. When we talk about women in management, so if you will go through the main recording where I have taken this topic into our class, I have discussed few reports, right? Different reports I have discussed. I have discussed the current status of female. I have discussed in an economy what role women participation at workplace play when we talk about economic development and growth. So, and then I have connected it with the workplace, right? But here in this revision class, because we have 8 units and we have to discuss cases also, I won't be going in that detail. I'm just giving you a brief overview. So, when we talk about women in management, gender equality and leadership, right? While progress has been made, women remain underrepresented in leadership roles, right? Companies with more women on boards perform significantly better. This fact is known, but still they're underrepresented. So organization must provide policies and opportunities that support women advancement, right? Then there is a glass ceiling effect. it is what is a glass ceiling? Glass when we talk about workplace and when we talk about females gender basis, we often talk about glass ceiling effect. So glass ceiling is an invisible barrier that prevents women and other marginalized groups from rising to the highest level of leadership and management, despite having the required qualifications, skills, and achievements. It's called glass because it's not visible. Women can see top position but struggle to reach there. So there are different challenges for a female or for a woman in management. First, that I have already discussed, glass ceiling effect is one challenge. Second is male dominated environment is there. Lack of support network is there. So this limited access to mentoring and professional networks remains a barrier. Women need to actively seek out both male and female allies. Then there is a work-life balance pressure. So there is a stereotype that household work is meant for a female. So managing both professional and domestic role is equally challenging. The pandemic highlighted the need for better work-life integration. Then lower expectations. So society and workplace expectations from female are often reduced. When we say that female is working, we don't expect much. So how domestic roles may within India at least, on in the rural side, women are expected to do the domestic roles. Then gender stereotyping. Gender stereotyping basically means women are often stereotyped as less assertive, emotional, and not fit for leadership role. Such biases affect hiring, promotion, and assignment. Last is unequal pay. Even if they are going to the position, they are not paid equally, right? Why it is important for a woman to be in management? One, I have already discussed through reports that from an economy point of view, it is important, but why particularly in management? So, research and studies reports suggest that there is a monetary benefit also when we go with gender diversity. It positively impacts your business. Also, through societal constraint, though societal constraints often limit women, but once they are empowered, they demonstrate strong leadership. It necessitating support structure and policies help them and they come up as a good leaders. Other benefits remains that they enhance teamwork and culture. They promote family-like workplace culture. They are good in effective communication. So women excel in interpersonal communication, enhancing clarity, relationship with clients, partner. Women exhibit transformational leadership traits like contingent reward behavior, which strengthens commitment and identity among team members. Better financial outcomes are also seen. And last is fresh perspective. So whatever it is that they will be becoming a unique insight and creativity on the board. So this is not to discourage the importance of male. It is just to reflect that if females are participating in management, then there are certain benefits other than ethical ground or other than there should not be any bias. There are also some other benefits also that an organization is going to get, right? So again, adding to it that strong mentorship, multitasking abilities, quick adaptations are the few things that a female could add to the workplace. Now, very, very important. This strategy techniques point is important for every unit, right? This is, I would like to say you should be very much thoroughly clear that what is the strategy that should be adopted by the manager, what techniques should be followed by them to manage that particular issue that is there in particular unit. So strategies to manage gender issues in organization. First is there is a need to create conditions for achievement. So operationalize gender diversity through hiring, leadership modeling, measurement, and reward system. Make it a business imperative. Treat gender equality as essential for business success embedded in talent development and strategy. Hire for cultural fit. Recruit individuals who value and support gender equality. Foster inclusive culture. So you align values, promote inclusive behavior, provide coaching to normalize support for equality. Develop all employees equally. So offer equal training and development opportunity to all based on skill and potential, not gender. Last is lead by example. So encourage leaders to admit and address their biases and challenge established practices. Other strategy is use of gender neutral language. So sometimes we say the CEO was doing this, he was doing this, he or she. We never know. CEO could be he also, CEO could be she also. So use of gender neutral language is important. Review salaries, equal pay should be given. Evaluate parental and leave policies. So promote inclusive leave policies to support both mother and father. Avoid, you know, penalty for maternity. Promote women in leadership and give training to employees on unconscious biases. Right. So here I have included some top Indian women leaders at work. You could just go through it. Slides have been already shared with you. Talking about how this unit connects. Is my word file visible to you?
No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You should be very thoroughly clear with what is gender stereotype and what is gender stereotyping and how they both are different. Negative of gender stereotypes, challenges females are facing at workplace, key benefits of women at management, and strategies to manage gender issues in organization. Organizational strategies you should be knowing. So unit includes that you should understand gender issues in management, gender stereotype, and for this you could refer to your SLM also. So individual and organizational strategies to manage gender issues in organization. Is this clear?
Yes, ma'am.
So briefly, I have covered the complete syllabus, including all the 8 units. Now I'm giving you a gap of half an hour. 2:30 we will start. Will that be okay with everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
After 2:30, we will be starting with the case studies and one previous year paper. Okay, I'm giving access to mic to all. If you have any query regarding to the concepts or the units, you may ask. I have given access to mic. If you have issue, you may ask. Otherwise, after half an hour, like 2:30, I will start with case studies. Okay. Am I audible? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Let me just share my screen. So here I will be discussing the case study. Wait, give me 1 minute. Again, I will be doing the same thing. Just to tell you, in case you have any problem, you let me know. I will be not giving you the access to mic. I will be reading the case study. I will be reading the question and I will be explaining it to you. Right? Once I'm done with the complete case study, I will give you the access so that you could ask your queries. In detail, I have already discussed the case study with you in the regular classes. Will that be okay with everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, let me show you one. The first case study is from the previous year paper. So let me just show it to you. I don't know. I'm not able to see the window of the previous year paper. So I'm sharing the previous year paper, right? You could see in the chat. Could you see the previous year paper? Please check the chat.
Yes, ma'am.
ठीक है एक बार इसे ओपन करके रखना बिल्कुल so that you are aware about the format. Right now we will be first discussing the part A, that is 20 marks case study. So first I will be discussing the case study that is there in this paper. After that I will be picking one or two more case study as an example that could help you to learn and understand, right? After this, in a brief, I will be discussing part B, right? So this is my plan of action. Okay. You may start reading the case study. Go through the case study on your own. Please. I have shared the previous year paper also. I hope my screen is also visible to you all.
Yes, ma'am.
So read the case study. I'm giving you 5 minutes time to read the case study, then I will be reading it loud. So when you are reading and when I am reading, just try to identify what points you missed when you were reading it, right? I request each one of you to please read the case study on your own, the first two cases. And once you've read the case study, put it in the chat box. Done. Done.
Please scroll it down.
There is a reason why I'm asking you to read it on your own. Is done.
Yes, ma'am. Please scroll it down.
Okay. My screen is visible. So
Yes, ma'am.
the I will be reading the case study, and side by side I will be explaining you the essence of the case study. If your understanding was different when you read it, you need to tell me once I'm done with first case, right? It is important, right? So the first case study says it is about the American company Adobe, originally known as Adobe System Incorporated. In particular year, the year is given to you. The main work of this company was to develop software for publishing, printing, and graphics. So by introducing its PostScript printer language, Adobe played a significant role in the development of the desktop publishing center. So Photoshop, Flash Player are among the well-known products of this company. In 2011, the company had to discontinue selling its licensed product in shrink-wrapped containers due to the new emerging technologies and difficulties posed by small competitors. ठीक है? इस लाइन का मतलब आपको क्लियरली समझ आना चाहिए, right? So basically it is saying because of the market constraints, the company decided to make a change, right? Instead, Adobe shifted to providing the digital service through the cloud. So they gave their customer option of downloading the necessary software for free or subscribing to it every month rather than receiving a CD in the box. So their task changed. Earlier, what they used to do, it changed. Now they are doing something else. So in response to this change, the human resource function also took a new role, which meant that employees had to adjust to new working practices. A standard administrative HR function was housed at Adobe's offices. However, it was less suitable for the cloud-based strategy and performed well when Adobe was selling software items. HR changed its role and became more human centric and reduced its office based function. Instead, then waiting for call, the HR staff conducted walk ins to see what assistance they might be able to provide. Adobe hired a significant portion of millennials and placed a strong emphasis on innovation, change, and personal development. Staff members can now use the new check-in technique anytime they feel the need, with quick and ongoing feedback to access and create their own growth goal in place of annual reviews. The least number of employees have left since this changed approach of HR, right? So in this case study, you should be able to understand that what is the main context. So if I read this case study, I should have this picturization in my mind that there is a company Adobe which was working in a particular style because of market or the small competitors or interruption in the external environment, they change certain things, right? And then I should be able to understand what all types of changes came in the organization. Like there was something related to check-ins technique, there was something related to walk-ins. So I should have a brief idea about it. Then you have a second case which says that at the investors meet on March 20, 2017, Vodafone India and Idea declared their intent to merge. On August 31st, the merger took place after receiving approval. The Indian telecom industry saw a transformation following the introduction of Reliance Jio. The faster 4G data speed, along with the new technologies and the different things regarding it is given to you, was provided by the Geo. So the two largest, the yellow highlighted portions are important, right? So I'm not reading everything. So the two largest telecom providers, they are mentioning the company about the company. So the idea of merger was a reaction to arrest the rapid loss of subscriber based on consequently revenue to Geo. Both companies also decided to utilize the opportunity to achieve synergy and share their resources. But the merger took a toll on the employees of both companies. The employees were met with serious uncertainty. Somewhere the companies failed to boost and maintain company morale. Vodafone Idea had to get go of 5,000 employees, leading to a merger. The employees who fell at the bottom in the performance assessment were asked to leave the company. So this yellow portion should be clear to you that what happened to the employees, right? Other than that, there was a huge cultural differences that affected the remaining employees. The companies were different with respect to salary level, human resource processes. According to a few of the employees, the new structure which was adopted after the merger led to demotions. Case study is clear to everyone? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So basically, in this case, there are certain questions. For example, it says, obviously, first of all, you should be able to relate that this case is related to which unit. So I think it must be clear in your mind that it is talking about unit number 1, change and development. So once I'm aware about it, the first question says that state some changes introduced by Adobe HR department. What were the reasons behind the various changes introduced in the HR department? All the answers are already there in the case. You only have to pick up those points. For example, what changes were introduced? If I look into the changes and I look into the case, all this highlighted portion reflect the changes, right? Pick them up, pick the right line and put them in your answer. Shift from traditional annual performance reviews to check-in technique. HR became more protective and human-centric. Reduction of formal in-office HR process and increased support from digital work culture, and adoption of cloud-based digital tools for delivering HR services, right? Which was different from what they were doing usually. What were the reasons of the change? Again, everything is mentioned, pick, and then you could form your lines. So there was a need to adapt digital transformation because small businesses were competing and it was becoming difficult. Also, there was a need to emphasize on innovation. Also, there was a transition because of the market needs, right? Then it says that change is inevitable due to various internal and external forces. Explain the statement and various forces that led to the change in both the cases. So what were the forces that led to the change? It is very obvious. In the first case, it was external forces. They changed. Why? Because the competition was increasing. And even in the second case, there was a external force. Why? Because Geo entered the market. So this part is very clear that there was an external force. Now to draft the answer, you should be able to explain what do you mean by external force, and particularly which type of external force was there in this particular case. You need to elaborate on that also. So I have given the pointers, you need to get into detail of it. Also, to justify the marks, you could also extend your answer by writing that once they brought this particular change in the structure or in the particular process, that also led to several changes in the internal, that also led to several changes within the company. So there were certain internal forces also that led to different changes. And then you could pick the insights from the case study and put it there. Are you able to understand with what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Then it says that do you think culture is important to the success of the merger or acquisition? Why or why not? Yes, obviously culture is important. And then you could add your reasons that if there will be a mismatch, resistance, confusion, turnover, and different reasons you could mention. So if I go back to question 1 and 2, both the questions are clearly from the case study. I could pick up the insights from the case study. All I need to do is I need to frame the answer. But to answer the third question, I need to bring more ideas that I have learned in the unit. Is this part clear?
Yes,
Directly, the
ma'am.
answer is not there in the case study. Similarly, The fourth question, it says that explain how management could ensure that the change is accepted and put into practice. With the help of change management model, explain an in-depth approach to organizational change in Vodafone. Right? Again, this answer is directly not given in the case study. So I should be able to identify that this particular case is talking about unit number one. And in unit number one, the different change models that I have studied, I should be aware about them. Then only I will be able to write down this answer. Is this part clear? Always.
Yes.
Yes,
Now let me
yes,
just
ma'am.
give you a brief on it. For example, I have picked up the Lewis change management model. So it has unfreeze stage, change stage, and refreeze stage. So in unfreeze, I could write that management created awareness about the urgent need of change due to the geo disruption and revenue loss. Then the changes that the how this transition took place, I could explain a little bit about that they brought this change, how they communicated with the people, how they supported them. And refreeze is the stage when the new systems and practices after the merger, which was followed, the new culture was refreezed. So I have to explain these three phrases, picking up the instances from the case study. Any doubt?
No, ma'am.
This case study is clear to everyone? You will be able to do it? Or you want
Yes,
me to
ma'am.
elaborate it further? Mic access is with everyone. See, I could not tell you the exact answer because case study itself expect that students could have different opinions. Till the time you could justify your opinion, whatever you are thinking in a right manner, it is correct. For example,
Ma'am,
I have
can you
used,
explain it? Hello, ma'am.
yes.
Ma'am, can you explain it? Question number three in a case study.
Do you think culture is important?
Yes, ma'am.
Not given directly in the case study. That is what I'm telling you. 1 and 2 is directly from the case study. The third question has picked up the essence from the case study, where it is written that there was a merger, and after the merger, the yellow highlighted portion that I have highlighted is mentioning that what kind of problems employees faced. How many employees left the company? How many were asked to leave the company? What kind of demotions and everything happened in the company? So it is showing the dark side of the merger. So you need to talk about the culture. अब आपको ये directly mention नहीं करना. But you need to mention it that culture is important. अब culture वाली unit में what else we have studied, why culture is important. Mention those points. I have taken up the case
Okay, ma'am.
study of Deccan and Kingfisher. Pick up the instances, what problems they faced. In similar lines, you think about it and you write it down. That is the requirement of this question.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
ठीक है, इन्होंने कल्चर से रिलेटेड करके एक एम्प्लॉयज के बारे में ब्रीफ जरूर दिया है, बट दैट इज नॉट डायरेक्टली रिलेटेड टू कल्चर ऑफ द कंपनी. So first and two is directly picking up the lines from the case study and writing it in a in an answer format. But question number 3 and question number 4 needs knowledge that you should have from across units. Like here we are fitting the culture unit, insights from the culture unit, and the last question is from the change model. Now it is clear to everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
किसी को कोई डाउट है केस स्टडी में? Yes or no?
No,
No,
ma'am.
ma'am. Please.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So let us move to the next case study. I'm opening the screen. Go through this case study also. Yes, I'm giving you 5-6 minutes. Read the case study. Please put it in the chat box when it is done. When you're done with the reading part, put it in the chat box. Yes, case study is visible to you all. Should I read it?
Done, ma'am.
The case study is about Disney. So Disney faced a lot of local opposition and resentment to its park quite early in the venture, right? So it says the French have always been very proud of their culture and language and have been wary of the invasion of the US pop culture. So I'm just underlining the things, right? Many French people viewed Euro Disney as an act of cultural imperialism. Disney did not make things better by its lack of sensitivity to French and European culture. Initially, the Euro Disney restaurant did not have enough sitting capacity. Europeans like eating their meals sitting down, unlike the Americans who like to eat fast food on the move. Europeans are used to walking while the Americans drive everywhere. Euro Disney visitors did not use the expensive tram system in which Disney had invested millions. Americans take several short vacations throughout the year, whereas the European take fewer but longer vacations. Disney had based its plan on the US vacation model. Disney wanted to maintain its clean family image and did not serve alcohol to Euro Disney. It was forced to withdraw this structure as drinking wine is an integral part of French culture. These are just a few aspects where Disney did not pay enough attention to the local culture. This lack of attention to culture contributed to Disney's problem in France. After the bitter experience in Paris, Disneyland's top management was determined not to take any cultural risk. Disneyland opened its next international venture on September 12th at 1 p.m. The date and time was considered very auspicious in Chinese calendar. So basically, this time they were very careful. So I'm not getting into detail. A small size of park, however, created some problems, but later on, finally, they were able to earn the profit for the first time in 2012. Case study is clear to everyone.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, it has three questions. The first question is discuss the cross-cultural barriers that led to the failure of Disney in France. The question is very much from the case study. You need to pick up the insight from the case study and then you need to just simply write down your answer. So, if I look into the various cross cultural barriers that led to the failure of Disney, I need to pick up the instances like already in France, the US pop culture was invasion was not preferred. So, this is one point, right? Then I could look into different other things that was not similar, like their vacation habits was not similar, right? So I'm not getting into much detail. So you could just note it down that Americans, just let me underline. Then Disney did not make things better by the sensitivity. Initially, Euro Disney restaurants, again, this point is there, did not have enough sitting capacity. So sitting capacity was another issue. Europeans like eating meals while sitting down, unlike Americans. So three differences I have picked. Are you able to relate with this?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay. क्रॉस कल्चरल बैरियर क्या था? क्रॉस कल्चरल बैरियर ये था कि सबसे पहले उन्होंने अपना यूएस का जो कल्चर रिफ्लेक्ट किया, दैट वाज नॉट एक्सेप्टेड इन द फ्रांस. सेकेंड डिफरेंस क्या था? दैट उनकी जो सिटिंग कैपेसिटी और अरेंजमेंट थी वो अमेरिकन की तरह थी, फ्रांस के लोगों के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से नहीं थी. थर्ड was their vacation habits. So, like unlike Americans who want several short vacations, that is not very popular way in Europe. So, उनकी arrangements accordingly नहीं थी. Then this expensive tram system, again that was not workable with the France population, right? Then also not serving alcohol, right? Again they were not able to read the culture. The cultural difference was here. So you could pick all these points and simply you could note it down that following are the cross-cultural barriers that led to the failure of Disney, and you could note down all these points. Is this part clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
But the
ma'am.
second question says that what competencies of global manager help the organization succeed internationally? Here you need to have the knowledge that we have gathered when we have discussed the cross-cultural management unit. In detail, I have covered various competencies of the global manager, like cultural intelligence, emotional intelligence, adaptability, strategic way of thinking, communication skill, when you or team collaborator. So, how a global manager competencies means skill set. What kind of skill set should be there in a global manager when he is dealing in international market? So you need to gather the points from there and then you need to draft your answer. Is this part clear? So in every case study question, you will find that there is one question where directly you could pick up the things from the cases and you could note it down. And there will be another question where you need to have the knowledge from the unit that we have done in the class. Are you able to relate with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Right? So you need to talk about the competencies, like cultural intelligence is very important. They should understand that what is the perspective of people over there, what kind of cultures they are following. Emotional intelligence is very important. Strategical thinking is important. Understanding the global trends, what is going on globally is very important. Adaptability is very, very important, that they should be able to adapt the culture that is followed in some other country. So like this, you could frame your answer. Again, I'm giving you 10 minutes, read this case study. Please go through the case study. Done?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So it says that innovative machine senior manager Krishna and Mahesh noticed that in the last few years, hardworking and high performing employees are leaving the job. Even when the company is continuously revising the monetary benefits that they are giving. So the Krishna was discussing the same with Mahesh. And during that conversation, Mahesh highlighted the case about Shweta. So Shweta is one employee who is serving her notice period in the company. So Shweta was hired 4 years back, and she has not worked. Okay, she was working on Shweta. There is an error. No, she has been. ठीक है. She has been working under Johanna for the last 4 years. Her performance plot is quite good. During the human resource team interaction with Shweta, they learned that in her last assignment with Russian client, Shweta suggested an innovative idea that not only helped the company and company give deliverables on time, but also helped the company get more significant projects from some same client. Johanna offered her monetary rewards, but Shweta refused the monetary benefit. Instead, Shweta was looking for recognition and promotion. As a team leader, Johanna received the prize of the event, but Shweta's name was nowhere throughout the event. Further, Shweta was also not happy because of the seniority norm that was followed in the company when it comes to promotion. So the senior manager during their discussion came across similar cases where the company was losing performing employees due to their seniority. So Krishna suggested that changing seniority norms to performing norm. So Krishna ne suggest kiya, why not we change seniority norm to performing norm? For promotion, this could help the company retain the talent. Mahesh said yes, it could help satisfying young employees like Shweta, but it would dishearten our existing senior employees who have served the company for the long and are expecting a promotion. Further, he also added that our company do value loyalty, right? Now the question says, why are employees leaving the company? Again, it's a very direct question. You need style should be good. Means your framing of sentences should be good, which I expect will be good, right? So here you need to simply mention that people are leaving because of the seniority norm. That is one reason that we could identify. Second, they are not getting the right kind of recognition for their work, or they are not even getting the promotions accordingly. So you could just frame your answer with this information. My screen is not visible.
Yes, ma'am. It is
Let me just.
no, ma'am,
बीच में
it's
चली
not
गई थी
visible. Now it is, ma'am.
Visible?
Thanks. Yes, ma'am.
1 minute.
Yes, ma'am.
So my screen is visible now. Okay. So basically,
Yes, ma'am.
for framing the first question, आपके पास दो ही इंफॉर्मेशन है. One, they are not happy with seniority norms. Second, they are not happy that the recognition is not given to them. ठीक है? अगर ये क्वेश्चन 5 मार्क्स का आ जाता है या 6 मार्क्स का आ जाता है, you should know using these 2 points how you could frame your answer. Right? So you could say that employees were leaving the company, one, because of seniority norm. Then you define what do they mean by seniority norm. And second, they are leaving the company because of lack of recognition. Then you, in brief, explain the case of Shweta. Is this part clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, the second question says that could the company retain efficient, innovative employees like Shweta through monetary norms? Comment.